welcome to round 3 of the Isle of Man International Chess Tournament, sponsored by chess.com and the Scheinberg family. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni, and with me,
Simon Williams.
Simon Williams,
Yep.
the one and only.
Remember, I am actually a Grandmaster
yes.
as well, as you forgot yesterday. But I am apparently a Grandmaster. So
I will remember this
jolly
for
good.
today.
Jolly good.
How are you today, Simon?
Well, top of the world, Fiona. Yeah, I mean, had a very nice casual night last night. So, and ready to look at some great chess today. So,
I was going to say, before we look at the pairings, do you want to talk us through some of the upsets of yesterday?
Yeah, well, we can actually see when we come to the pairings in a second that maybe one of the biggest upsets was an English player by the name of Alan Merry, who is a very talented player. Now, I did mention, I think yesterday, how there's not so many strong English juniors, but Alan Merry is certainly an exception to that rule, and he beat a very strong Indian player around 2600 mark.
Aravind, Grandmaster Aravind. And I think Alan Merry, he scored an IM norm here at the Isle of Man last year.
He nearly got GM norm, I think.
Maybe,
and I've actually played him, I think, 3 times, and I've got 1 out of 3 against him, so I haven't got a very good score. But he's a very talented junior, so that was one serious upset. And I think there was 3 draws out of the top 5 games as well, so a lot of the top seeds dropping half a point. And was there any other major ones I'm missing there?
On the bottom boards we had, for example, I was very happy to have Hikaru, we were happy to have Hikaru on the show yesterday, and we talked about how it was for him to play here with his fiancée. She's only rated 2100, she drew an IM. And there were a few others, the Scottish players, Stephen Mannion and Jonathan Grand as well, so quite a few upsets.
It's a very good day for Scotland yesterday, definitely. So, yeah, and I think we should move on to the pairings, because again, very exciting now at the top. So, do you want to take us through them, Fiona?
Well, the top board, I literally just tweeted a second ago. I am a bit biased on this one. I was actually just having lunch with Niels an hour ago, and he promised to play an exciting game. So it's one I'm looking forward to. I doubt we will see any Berlin or something like that. So yeah, Fabiano Caruana, the top seed, against Niels Granelius from Sweden, who I think in general, even if I forget for a second that he is a lovely guy and a good friend, he's a very, very interesting player, very creative style. So I think we're in for an interesting game there.
Certainly. I mean, one game I'm very excited about as well, if we just go down, is Hikaru Nakamura against Jordan van Forest. And Jordan is the current Dutch champion.
Which is very impressive at his age.
Very impressive. I mean, he's so young. Is he 18, I think?
I think
around
17, 18.
17, 18. His great-grandfather, I think it was his great-grandfather or his great-great-grandfather, was actually Dutch champion as well. And he comes from a very strong chess family, very talented player.
He's here with his brother.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very interesting
I
game.
think his brother is actually playing Wang Hao today.
Yes.
So another big clash for the family.
Certainly, yeah.
And then I'm of course happy to see a woman player on board 3. She's not just any woman player; she's a woman world champion, Hu Yifan. She's playing Maxim Rothstein from Israel. And then on board 4, this is quite interesting as well. Vidit playing against Benjamin Bock, because they are very good friends. We saw them having dinner together last night. So
they were actually sitting next to each other talking about the game, weren't they? So I find it always interesting when you're playing a good friend.
I think this was before the pairings came out.
I think so.
Well,
otherwise, they would not be eating together, I don't think. So, but how do you find playing a friend? Because when I play, I used to find it really hard playing someone I like. I couldn't get in the right killer mode. I kind of a bit more of a killer now, but it's tricky, isn't it? Yeah.
So we didn't manage to get through all the pairings, but we will have a look at most of the top games. And maybe we should start with the game between Vidit and Benjamin Bock, because our dear producers informed us that Harry has already started marching up the board.
Let's go to that game straight away.
So let's have a quick look at how Harry is doing.
Harry. And this is a brilliant way to start the day. And actually, this is an opening I mentioned the other day, Fiona, when we were looking at this Grunfeld. I can't remember what game it was where Black played a Grunfeld. It was trying to recall, can't actually recall now, but I actually mentioned this H4 move. So let's have a look. So Vidit with the white pieces, and he is a young player, exceptionally talented. And this has gone c4, g6, knight c3, so all pretty normal. And now the Grunfeld with d5. Now, just to tell you a little bit about the opening, I have played h4 immediately in this position, but this was not a brilliant move because of the counter punch c5, meeting a wing attack h4 with a central attack like c5. So this was the problem. Listen, if you take on c5, the main point is d4 here, and black gets a good initiative. So then Grischuk in this position, I think he was the first to play at least at elite level against Magnus Carlsen, played knight to f3 first. And generally in these type of positions, black doesn't take on c4 because then white goes e4. And in the Grunfeld, this knight wants to take on c3 here. The knight on f6 is now a target to moves like e5. So after knight to f3, bishop g7 is very logical. And now this very exciting move, and the move I've played, I think at least a dozen times. Harry 4, Harry. So this is great stuff, and it looks bizarre, this move. But I think we're going to see a resurgence of ideas of h4 against the fianchetto idea. And it's quite well positionally founded, because the idea is to go obviously h5, and if you're given a chance, h6, and this will force the bishop to a passive square. I mean, a big mistake here would be something like castle's h5, and already there's an opening of the h file. If the knight takes that pawn, white takes over the center. This is one quite dangerous idea. And the point now is that after h4, this moves c5, which is good in the previous variation I mentioned, is not so strong now, because, well, maybe it was actually played. No, it wasn't played straight away, because now you can take on c5, and the big difference here is that pawn to d4 is not possible because white is controlling that square now because of this knight on f3. So it's a really interesting idea, h4, and the most solid way to meet this move is c6 here. This is a very solid move, and this is what Magnus Carlsen played. Instead of c6, it looks like Benjamin Bock has played a very exciting option here, Fiona, because this is one of the sharpest lines you can play against h4. Benjamin has captured on c4, allowing pawn to e4. And this is a very double-edged move, this c5, taken on c4. It leads to some crazy positions, because black really has to play c5 here. Otherwise, he's going to get in a terrible position. Then d5, b5 is one of the, again, main variations here. If black doesn't go c5 in the current position, it's just horrible for black. You've got bishop takes c4, and you've got this e5 and h5 to come. Pawn on h4 is a very good pawn, so it could be a very interesting game there, Fiona.
And just if we look at the video, a pairing, well, we didn't get to talk about all the pairings, but there is another interesting game going on in the background, and that's Harika against Mickey Adams. Harika, who was also here in the studio with us yesterday, she played a very nice game to quite easily hold second seed Wesley So to a draw with the black pieces. Today she's playing Mickey Adams. I think she tweeted saying it was the third or fourth time she's playing Mickey already, so that's another game quite looking forward to today.
Certainly, she actually played against Mickey last year in this same competition, and she had the black pieces in that game. I would have thought actually Mickey, okay, he can beat anyone in the world with black, but that's not a pairing. I don't think he wouldn't be that happy with that pairing, because Harika is very strong, slightly underrated player, I think, at the moment. So he's got his work cut out there.
And there I see Niels Gwendelius walking around in the background. So shall we go to the top board maybe and see how come he's already taking a stroll?
He must be very confident. Good. Oh, this is going to be very exciting. Good.
I asked him over lunch whether we were going to see some crazy stuff like he did against Magnus Carlsen at Norway Chess this year. He played e4, c5, knight f3. And I think he played knight f6 here.
He did indeed, yeah.
So he said maybe not quite so crazy, but he promised he wouldn't play something boring, and hopefully it would be an aggressive stuff in the Sicilian. So
I mean, he's like you say. I mean, he's a really nice guy, but he is a great player. I mean, a lot of Swedish players, him and Tiger, hit it person. Also, they are just very interesting players. I don't know if it's some kind of Viking thing going on in their genes to make them, these crazy kind of ideas they come up with. But we're going to see here, Niels does go d6. And Fabiano is a very traditional player. I mean, Fabiano plays main lines and he plays theoretically, and he knows a lot of theory. So you can predict quite finely what he's going to play. D4, open Sicilian, takes, knight f6, knight c3, and now a6, so the Nyadorf variation. And this, of course, is the most popular Sicilian at the moment. I know Fabiano has played h3 here many a time. This is what Hikaru's opponent played yesterday. I see someone there with chest bra t-shirts. Oh my word.
Yeah, he comes from Canada. He was already here last year, so...
God, why is everyone having chest bra t-shirts? Even our producer was wearing one yesterday. So,
and again today.
Oh, cool. Maybe it's a bit smelly, but no, it's a great t-shirt. Actually,
I guess Peter wants us to point out we are talking about Leonard, and
yeah, okay.
Just to make that clear.
Definitely. I would like to get this t-shirt up at some stage on the show, just to picture it, which Fabiano has worn himself, because it does come from now an infamous interview, doesn't it, Fiona, which maybe we can talk about another time, which one of the chess bras did. Okay.
And also just to say, Burning in the chat is saying, I miss Grandelius' Bohemian days. I guess he's referring to the haircut he used to, the dreadlocks. But I can assure you, although the dreadlocks are gone, Niels is still very Bohemian at heart.
He is, yeah. He's a kind of, I mean, he looked like a real Rastafarian at one stage, didn't he? I mean, him and Grizchuk are the only two grandmasters I can recall who've had dreadlocks. Do you know, once I actually tried to grow dreadlocks in my ginger Rasta days.
It would be quite the sight, ginger Rastafarian.
Yeah, definitely. But I didn't get very far with them, so let's leave it at that, shall we? Okay, so a6, and now bishop e3, which is an indication of what's called the English attack. And this is one of the sharpest lines to meet the Najdorf. And White often wants to go queen d2, castles queenside, and that will be brilliant stuff if he goes to this. And now a move I like, I've played this as black. The main move is e5 here. But I actually play this same move that Niels has done, e6. Topalov is the main guy who plays e6, and this is very, very flexible. Now it can lead to extremely exciting positions. One of the main lines is f3, for example, here, and you can even go b5 straight away, but some move like bishop e7, queen d2, b5, castles queenside, and at some point castles kingside, g4, and you get this race on each side of the board. So this is really exciting. But in the game, Fabiano picked a rather more calmer approach, actually. And this is actually a move that Shirov played against me as well in this position, bishop e2.
And just before you tell us anything more about the game, as long as people still remember the t-shirt we were talking about, there you go. There you see, that's a photo of Fabiano at the Singfield Cup where these t-shirts were printing. And that is chessbra Grandmaster Erik Hansen, who famously in an interview with Alexandra Botas asked her, who are you, where do you come from, are you a chess groupie?
I think that was his first ever interview, and those were his first 3 questions, weren't they? So probably won't get a job for the BBC if he continues with those kind of questions, but what brilliant questions. I wonder, what was the answer, by the way? Do you know what the answer was? Anyone know the answer were you a chess groupie? Was it a yes or a no? Yeah.
I think she's actually a very strong chess player herself, so probably not a chess groupie.
Very strange question, but okay, we'll let Eric off. Okay, so we have a couple more moves. Let's just get up to date. Bishop e7, getting ready to castle, and now Fabiano has gone for quite an older plan actually, and this is f4. Maybe trying to avoid Grandelius's preparation, because I can't recall Fabiano playing in this manner before. We saw this same opening pretty much in the game of Ho Yifang yesterday. Ho Yifang was black in this kind of setup, and I expect this is a good choice against Grandelius, because I think Niels would want some sharper opposite side castling kind of game, not something like this where both sides are going to castle kingside and you won't get a chance to counter attack. Is that a look at depression there, or I don't think so.
No, I think it's a look of
Oh,
Trying to remember.
Did I leave the tap on in my bedroom? Oh no, I left the plug in and the tap was on. Oh no, what am I going to do? I have to go back. I have to go back to take the plug out. Oh no, I think it's okay. There we go. Right, so okay, we'll
let's
come back to
leave them and move on to board 2. See how Hikaru Nakamura is getting on against Jordan van Foreest.
Indeed, and is it Jordan or Jordan?
I don't know. Maybe Leonard can help us because I'm also...
Did you say Jordan or Jordan?
Jordan.
Jordan, okay.
Van Foreest.
Van Foreest. Okay, Van Foreest. Okay, got it. Jordan van Foreest. Okay, enjoyed saying that for some reason, a bit strange. But okay, well, Hikaru with white pieces and Jordan van Foreest is a very traditional player. He's very mature for his age, actually. I mean, lots of young players tend to start off crazy. Some of them never grow up like me, but a lot of them start playing very aggressive openings. But Jordan, he plays very traditional chess. So d4, c4, c6, knight c3, knight f6, and Jordan actually captures on c4 in next move in most positions. I played him last year in this tournament and the year before in this tournament in this position twice, which was quite amusing. And here, maybe this is why Hikaru goes e3 first of all, just so he can capture that straight back. g6, okay, sensible way to develop the bishop. Knight to f3. I mean, e3 is a move which is a safer way of playing because, okay, you can always take the pawn back, but your bishop on c1 now hasn't got the scope it would have if you threw it out onto the other side of the pawn. Okay, bishop g7, simple development, both sides castle, pawn to e6, queen c2, normal move in this position. Black develops the knight, b3, and now the only problem piece for black is the bishop. So black tries to develop the bishop, and now it is Hikaru to move. So, I mean, I would imagine bishop b2 is the move he will play. I mean, the normal setup white goes for something like bishop b2, bishop b7, and then you've got to think where you put your rooks. And normally, you first put a rook on d1. I would probably put this rook on d1, because if you think what black's main idea is to go either c5 or e5. And then when you capture either of these pawns, your rook is going to line up against that black queen. So, you know, this is all very standard stuff, Fiona. Nothing too exciting at the moment in time. So,
okay, then let's move on to board 3, where Hu Yifan is playing against Maxim Rothstein. And also just our daily reminder, of course, if you want to get in touch with us, you can do so using the wrong side. So the hashtag IOMchess. I'm keeping an eye on Twitter. I'm also keeping an eye on the chat at chess.com/TV. So you know how to get in touch with us.
And we will also post your phone number up later in case anyone wants to give you a quick bell. Okay.
There was actually a tweet from Willem Woops saying, "Good to see you both again. Can you explain why there are so many top players here? Not for the money, I think, for the nice island." I guess it's a combination of many things. First of all, it's just a very strong tournament. So a lot of people appreciate the opportunity to face such strong opposition. It is, of course, also a nice, very nice Iceland. A very nice island. And also, I think the tournament's just, it's very nice here. A very nice. Great organizing team.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for a better tournament.
We are here.
Yeah, that's the only downside of the tournament. But you know, there's always problems. It can't be perfect. But generally, it's just a lovely tournament. Everyone's very friendly, and I recommend it to everyone. You can fly here quite easily from England. Just don't get on those propeller planes if you're scared of flying, because you will. I didn't enjoy that flight because I hate flying. And when I saw that propeller plane, oh dear. I've still got shivers about that. So, okay.
Back to the chess then.
Okay, back to the chess. So, Hu Yifan with the white pieces and Maxim Rothstein, very strong young player from Israel. So this is actually, if you look at the ratings now, we're getting these pairings where, you know, they've been in the previous rounds there's been a big difference, but here you can only see these guys are pretty much the same rating. Yep. So knight to f3, And now, I mean, I seem to recall that Ho Yifang generally plays e4 more often. d5, c4, okay, and now d4, and this is the most testing way that black can play against white's setup, because black gains space, and often when you're playing with black, you also have a space disadvantage because white's the first one to take the center. But in this opening, black actually has the space advantage. Now b4 is the normal move because you kind of want to stop c5 and gain space over there, and this can lead to very interesting positions. So bishop g4, and this is a main move. I think even Morozevich may have played this move. Actually, I seem to recall that Morozevich, who now plays more, it seems to play more Go than chess, but he was a fantastic, he had some fantastic ideas, has played g5 in some position. It might even be here. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the kind of move I have to say I appreciate. Mm-hmm. And the point is, if knight takes g5, there's some e5 move. I think it's something like this, where you attack the pawn on b4 on the knight. So that's kind of a really crazy idea. But bishop g4, normal move. Queen b3, and now black takes on f3. And why did the queen go to b3? So you don't have to double your pawns. There's an attack on b7. So
well, at this point here, I'll just interrupt you quickly. So after queen f3, because we had a tweet from Stephen Hemby who's saying Caruana Guandilius is a sharp Sicilian. Nakamura against Van Forest is some kind of slow d-pawn affair. And what the heck is queen doing on f3?
It's actually interesting, isn't it? If you thought, how did that queen get there? It is looking a bit strange over there. But I mean, it seems like a pretty decent-ish square to me. And positionally speaking, I mean, if white can just fianchetto the bishop here, this could become a very strong piece, because it can't be threatened by any black pieces now, because black's exchanged the bishop off. Knight to a3, I mean, this must all be theory, and now we see black's main idea, e5. Black grabs the center of the board, and this is, well, I mean, it's just a normal type of position. If you're going to play knight to f3 on move 1 and then c4, you have to be happy to have the current position here, otherwise you shouldn't be playing this opening. Simple as that, really. So so there we go. So I think there's not much more to say about this at the moment. It will heat up very shortly.
Right, should we go to our good friend David Howell, maybe?
Let's do it. Let's go to David.
David is playing Movsesian.
Okay, and this is a Movsesian. Again, look at their ratings, practically the same. He's got his lucky wristband on there. We were having a chat with him yesterday, weren't we, over our long dinner, our Indian. Very interesting chat at times. And you see his wristband there. It's like a chessboard.
And what about Movsesian? I thought he'd fallen asleep.
Oh, okay. No,
he's woken up.
He's woken up there. I mean, I hope he washes that for a start, because he's surely been wearing it for at least the last 10 years. Do you know what? I'm sure I've asked him why he wears it. Can you remember why? I can't remember now. It's some lucky charm, isn't it?
Yeah.
That maybe someone gave him, you know.
But I found out he has a few of them. It's not just one.
Okay, and he does wash them.
He does wash them.
That's
there
good
are
to
a few
know.
of them.
I'm happy that good. I'm sure he would, yeah. He's Prince Charming after all, you know. So this is the nickname we've given David Howell, Prince Charming, and he is a very charming guy. And I think one of the endearing things actually is that he has a lot of fans in England, and a lot of juniors now are starting to wear wristbands like this as well. So I think we should bring out a David Howell wristband range, don't you? So of various chess wristbands.
Yep.
Okay, so we go through the moves quickly. And it's an English opening. David is white, and here g3, d5. Now, one of the reasons I gave up the English opening as white is because I didn't like playing against this move. But really, what this position is, after you capture on d5, it's a reversed Sicilian, where black has an extra move. So picture this position, and now let me just compare that to, so just see where the pieces are and the pawns. Now, very quickly, if you play the Sicilian, let's, for example, say the Sicilian dragon with this, and you get this kind of position, knight f6, knight c3, g6. This is exactly the same as the position in the game. Well, I say exactly the same. Look at it, it's nearly identical. But the important thing is white has the extra moves. So this is very useful because after bishop g2, black can't play the aggressive setups that he generally does play against the dragon. I mean, in a dragon, white, well, it would be white in that case, would castle queenside, but you just don't have time to do this here. So knight b6, castles, very standard stuff, bishop e7, and now a3, getting ready to advance on the queen side, and castles kingside, b4. I think we have a picture, don't we, Fiona? Is that right? So what picture do we have, Fiona?
We shall see.
Ah, there we go. He's looking like
skinny David.
Is that his rat pose? Can we see you do the rat pose?
No, I'm not very good at that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think you've got a future there, Fiona.
Yeah, so there we see David in 2009, so quite an old photo by Mark Huber, with what looks like a very new and clean wristband.
Yeah, definitely. So we can see he's been wearing that for a while now. Well,
funnily, David and I were just talking about how skinny he used to be last night, and I think he looks borderline scary in that photo.
Yeah, I kind of agree, actually. I mean, he's got a very hypnotic gaze there, hasn't he, as well? So, okay.
So back to his game.
And this has pretty much all been played before. Black simply developing, and white now controlling some more of the centre. Knight d4, and this is really a position which both sides must be well acquainted with. I would have thought.
I think this today is going to be another typical David game.
I think it's
a long manoeuvring.
Definitely. I mean, I also think Molsesian will be very happy with this because Molsesian is not. Well, I mean, he's a great player, but he's not, as you say, a tactical player. Of course, he can play brilliant tactics, but he's more of a slow manoeuvrer. So I think they'll both be happy with the way the opening's gone. And again, if you're going to play this as white, you've got to expect this position. So, I mean, just very quickly before we move on, I know I've analysed this position before actually, but it might be worth just seeing why white can't, or maybe he can, grab the pawn on e5. And I'm pretty sure white can do this, but it involves some kind of exchange sacrifice. But I can't actually remember for the life of me why this is not possible. I mean, what moves? Because it's a pawn. If you can win a pawn, you win a pawn. Take a pawn. What do you think black could do here, Fiona? Any ways to help me out here? Bishop b3 is one idea. I mean, this is one move that you try to do here, but that would force queen d2. Bishop f6 is another idea with some pressure.
Yeah, that's the move I was thinking of, but then I don't know anything about the position. So
okay, so maybe bishop f6, then f4 is a possibility, and something like bishop b3. These are the kind of moves which you have to watch out for. But I don't see any obvious reason why you can't take that pawn. I mean, you're not losing. I mean, in these positions we just looked at, because here, okay, you can go queen d2. Not the best development of the pieces here for black, but I mean for white, because they're a bit clumsy. But you're a pawn up, so this might not be completely crazy.
Right. So before we move on, just a quick look at a tweet that's been coming in. A tweet from Chuck, who is waiting
Chuck
to
Norris.
see. Possibly.
Wow.
Who is waiting to see what I guess is called Kopecks?
Kopek, I think.
Kopek.
Am I actually helping you with your pronunciation?
I'm not sure.
Am I right? If I'm right, I'm going to remember this moment for the rest of my life.
Well, where is he from?
Kopek is from somewhere. I'm
Okay.
looking at
Well,
producers.
I would.
Okay.
My feeling would tell me to pronounce it Kopecks, but if you're right, then
I don't know.
so shall it be. Let us know in the tweet if you know whether it's pronounced Kopek or Kopecks. So anyway, the Kopecks opening to happen, but I guess no one will want to try it. Do you know what this opening is?
I do, because the producers mentioned it in front of me here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a clue. But no, I do. I've seen it before. And the Kopek system is this line here against the Sicilian with knight f3, d6. And now at some point, you play this. Well, you can go c3 first, actually.
I actually play this myself sometimes.
Oh, really?
So
Right, okay. Isn't it like here, let's say knight f6, and now you play
Bishop
this
d3.
bishop d3 move? I thought this was all more. Is it Kopek system? I know Basman Mike Basman, the maverick English chess player, used to play similar idea as well.
Oh, and we're being told that he was actually an American IM who died this year, unfortunately.
Oh, really? Oh, that's sad news.
Yeah.
So he was quite a prolific author as well, books,
And
wasn't he?
apparently you said it right.
Yes! So, when you want lessons on pronunciation, you know where to come, Fiona.
Yep,
Okay, good. Can't believe it.
me neither. Mark down the day. Mark,
I will.
Mark
This is
how do you say that?
Mark the moment.
Yeah.
This is a very proud moment for me in my life. I'm going to have to remember this for a long time.
So just a little more background information about Kopeck. He was an American IM and author, and also a computer science professor at Brooklyn College.
Right, so a man of many trades. But yeah, this is the Kopeck system, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you've played this, Fiona, have you?
Yeah, I
Okay.
still play it from time to time.
All
Quite
right.
like this. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll see it sometime.
Yeah.
But it's true, I haven't really seen it much on the highest level.
No, I had this position once, I think, against Danny King with the black pieces. Can you guess what I played here? You can guess. Or was it Angus Dunnington? It was some strong player.
H5,
Very close.
G5.
Yeah, G5. I think this is the position I played G5 in. And anyway, this is just mad.
Just
basically.
nonsense.
Yeah, just normal nonsense. Okay, so
let's move on. We have, by popular demand in the chat, people want to see the game between Harika and Mickey Adams, and after that we will go to Wesley, so against Alan Murray.
Sure. So Harika, who had the very good draw Wesley So yesterday, I'm trying to find, here it is, good, got it. And this is going to be a slow game.
We actually haven't had any Italian games. Not that we've looked at, I think.
No, we haven't, have we? No. We had a couple of Raul Lopez Spanishes yesterday, but we haven't actually had. Well, okay, let's explain what this is. This is one of the most common positions you'll get in chess, and the main choice of players is Bishop B5 here, which is the standard Raul Lopez. But there's a trend nowadays, actually. There seems to be a slight change in people at the top level avoiding this move because of the dreaded Berlin, and this can bore the hell off even the most boring of players. And instead, White is playing Bishop C4, the so-called Italian variation. And this move, Bishop C4, can either lead to some very interesting gambity lines or long positional games. Black has two moves here, knight f6, bishop c5, and
I
it's two
think
moves.
mostly on the top level it will lead to long positional games, and on amateur level you will see more gambits and more...
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, do you notice, I just did a couple of videos on the Max, what was it, something attack, Max Lang attack, that's the one. Max Lang attack, which is really exciting. So after here, if you want to have a lot of fun, after knight f6 you can investigate d4, pawn takes d4 castles here. And I think this is a very interesting way of playing, actually, especially good at club level, but maybe not at this elite level. And I've just filmed a DVD here also with the Evans Gambits, b4, again.
Nigel actually played this, I believe, Nigel Short. So some top level, top players do play it from time to time. But I think it's an opening you just lash out from time to time. It's not something you play regularly.
It's very hard to play gambits now,
surprise
isn't it?
weapon.
Yeah, I totally agree, because it's so hard to get away gambits now, because computers just can refute a lot of these gambits. And actually, it's got quite a funny history. It was named after Captain Evans, who was a captain from Wales.
Okay.
And I think he was born in 1700, was it? Something like that. And he actually invented this opening whilst on a boat sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, I think. Maybe I made up that last bit, but just to set some scene. Maybe we get more information on that. But anyway,
You give a very good overview of it on your chess-based show, Simon Says.
Oh, did I? Oh, right. yeah, I did. Yeah. I do remember. Yeah, I did look at this on one of my shows, as someone in the audience has reminded me, the Evans Gambit, and I'm going to have a DVD be released soon on this as well. So you should all buy that now, even though it's not out yet. Okay. Anyway, castles kingside, the slower approach.
Yeah, we are going to see the slower approach here.
Do you play this, Fiona? This line?
I did. Well, I think what's interesting about this line is it seems like a lot of amateur players play it. It's an opening you tend to play when you just start playing chess. But then what I found out when I started playing it is that it's very, there are so many subtleties.
Yeah.
Move order can be extremely important, and nowadays we actually see quite a few top games. Wesley So has been playing many of them with both colors. I was doing commentary on the Singfield Cup, and we had a lot of Italian games, so-called gioco pianos, and I think it's mostly down to the fact that the Berlin is so solid for black nowadays, that the white players are trying different approaches to get more playable, keep pieces on the board, and then
certainly,
try to outmaneuver their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, this does avoid the Berlin. This is the main thing, bishop c4. By the way, Captain Evans was born in 1790. He had a big beard, apparently, and he was a seafarer and inventor. Although he is best known today as a chess player, he is buried in the Belgian port of Ostend. There you go.
And his most famous invention
was, of course, the tri-coloured lighting on naval vessels designed to prevent collisions at night. I seem to recall from my memory now.
And for this invention, he was awarded £1,500 by the British government.
It's probably a lot of money in
and
those
the gold
days.
chronometer.
Oh, wow.
And £200 from the Tsar of Russia.
Wow. Oh, God, must have been a very good invention then. So he was a multi-talented man. But where did he learn the opening? Was it on his boat? That's what we want to know.
We're yet to find out. We will investigate.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so let's see what happened here.
Okay, so some manoeuvring-ish, c3, knight f6, d3. We saw Eureka play very tactical yesterday, and this is going to be a longer game, which I think will suit Mickey as well. Mickey doesn't want to have the kind of chaos that occurred in his game yesterday. h6, rook e1, and of course when you're trying to learn these openings, it's more important in this kind of structure to know the ideas than the precise moves. So when you're trying to learn this from a book or a DVD, you should basically don't just remember the moves, try to think, why am I doing this? So every move that White's playing, think why.
Simon, I just remembered about Captain Evans.
Oh, wow.
In 1825-26,
God, your memory just amazes me.
On shore leave in London, Evans played against Alexander MacDonald. He beat him with what is now regarded as the first ever Evans Gambit.
Wow.
Yes.
You're very knowledgeable.
Yes, it was at the back of my mind.
I know, sometimes you just have to bring it out.
Takes some time.
Yeah, I get that occasionally as well. Oh, good
so
stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, cool. So, but it is a very interesting gambit, and it's actually lasted for a long time. So when you look at these moves, why rook e1? Okay, two reasons. The normal maneuver, knight d2, knight f1, knight to g3 is possible. And the other reason this rook goes to e1, let's explain each move very briefly, is at some point you're attacking e5. So if black goes d5, tries to play this, you can capture on d5, pressurize e5. So black castles, we don't need to explain that move. h3, stopping bishop g4, useful little move, and now a5. And this is a very handy move to gain space on the queen side and preventing b4. Bishop b3, a normal maneuver. This bishop can come back here and later on after d4 and maybe an e-pawn move, strike along this diagonal. Rook to e8, and now we see the knight maneuver we discussed, knight bd2, bishop e6, and now quite an intriguing move here. I mean, actually, while I'm doing this, so you can see that Lawrence Trent is very interested in Benjamin Bok's position.
Yeah, and I think we should go back there shortly.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I agree. Bishop a4 was played here. I mean, bishop a4 is a slightly peculiar move, I think, because that normally goes to c2, but it's a long manoeuvring game, this one, isn't it? Mickey will be happy, I think, and Eureka's going to have to show. I mean, Mickey is so excellent in these positions. I mean, he's probably the best in the world, I actually think, in this kind of position. He knows where the pieces go, what they should be doing. He's just excellent. So it's going to be tough for Eureka because he's more experienced. But Eureka's shown some great class recently, so we'll have to wait and see.
So let's move on. We will come to Vidit in a second, but let's first go to Wesley So against Alan Murray. And just before we dive into the game, there was a tweet from Walter Green saying Najditch not playing today. We were going to mention that earlier, but we forgot. Arkady Najditch is not ill, he's fine, but he decided to get half a point by today. So that's all.
Yeah,
he will be back tomorrow.
Probably having a relaxing day instead. So
sunny day again, well, sunny-ish day.
Yes.
So just maybe decided to go for a nice walk on the beach instead.
You know, you said you thought you saw someone swimming in the sea. Do you
Maybe
think
it's
do you think
Arkady.
Maybe it's Arkady. Maybe he's trying to swim to England today and back or something. I don't know. How far is England? How many miles? Can you swim it? I don't know. Just wondering. Anyone know? No, I don't know either. So
Maybe someone can, but I probably couldn't.
I don't know how far it is. I think it's too far to swim to England, I'd imagine. But, so, you know, unless you're Superman. Super Arkady. So, okay. Now, I'm really excited about this game because I honestly think from playing Alan Merry on a couple of occasions, he's a very talented player. And the only thing with Alan is, I have to say, his openings, I have to perceive, are a bit iffy. But in some ways, that shows his imagination because he's come up with his own setups, his own kind of openings, which you don't see nowadays. So he's obviously got excellent. He's got excellent kind of imagination, and I'm just being very interested to see what he plays here. So he's black here, and he's gone for G6, Knight C3, and now Bishop G7. So King's Indian, E4, standard King's Indian at the moment. D6, Wesley So deciding on the same-ish setup with F3, and this is, I mean, a very okay way to play. Nothing wrong with F3. You support your centre, and now, interestingly enough, A6 here, and this might seem very peculiar to a lot of people, but one of the main ideas is to sacrifice with B5 in after C5, D5. So that's one idea. The other idea with this A6 move, which I think I've played in this position, is to go C6 and B5, not to sacrifice, just to push over there.
And by the way, we have one of the arbiters of the tournament in the room. Matthew Carr is here with us, and he's just informed us that thanks to his good results in the first 2 rounds, Alan Merry has crossed the 2400 mark, and he has all his norms. So that means he will be awarded the IM title at the next FIDE. Congrats and congrats and many congratulations to Alan Merry.
Brilliant news. Well, that's great to have another international master in England, and he certainly deserves it. He's strong enough to be an IM, and I won't feel as embarrassed if I lose to him next time. So now he's an IM, he can, not so.
He can beat you now.
Well, I'd rather he didn't, but he wouldn't be as bad. Okay. Bishop E3. Now this next move I don't understand. I have to say. I mean, this is a merry-go-round. This is. Do you see what I did there?
Yes.
Okay. It's and here. I mean, the normal move here would be like C6, something like this. Go B5. This breaks a lot of rules of openings. Don't move the same piece twice in the opening. Don't block your own pieces in. Don't try to go backwards with your pieces. Knight F D7. I mean, that looks really peculiar to me. That's. Do you want to explain that to me?
No.
No. Okay, because I don't understand it. Why not put the other knight there? I mean, why put that? If you want to put a piece on that square, why not develop a piece that's not developed? Why not? I don't understand.
Maybe we should ask Hikaru, who played Knight G8 yesterday.
Exactly.
Maybe he could explain.
You can explain this one. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense at all.
You did a series about knight moves.
I did indeed. You seem to know all my series. better than me. yeah. So Knight F D7 and now Queen D2. Why not just play a sensible move? C5. So clearly this is.
He wants to put the no. I was just going to say wants to put the other knight on C6, and then I saw D5, and I was like,
yeah. I mean, where's that poor little piece going to go? I mean, if you're going to play this way, then you have to get ready to play B5. You have to try to get some kind of Benko gambit. You have to play B5 here, I'd have thought. And, this is a standard sacrifice. Something like pawn takes B5, pawn takes B5, white takes this. And now, if you go knight A6, you have some logical sense here. This knight can come back. You get a Benoni kind of, Benko kind of position, which is okay. But look at what Merry's doing here. I mean, Merry just comes up with so many. I think Merry is like the new Basman in some ways.
It's very creative.
Very creative, but kind of creativity can come and bite you in the bottom as well, can't it? So Queen A5, Bishop H6. Why not just exchange off this strong bishop? And now Bishop takes C3. That is a move that I just would not want to play because It's such a strong piece, that dark square bishop, and the king is, it may be in some trouble. Pawn takes, knight e5. We have some more moves. So that knight has found a square here, and now bishop g7, rook g8, and what about this for a pawn structure? And
here comes Harry.
Here comes Harry, h4, and that is a very typical move again. h4, as I keep saying to people, is often a good move when your opponent has fianchettoed the pawn, because you've got a pawn to attack, and Harry's coming up to attack that pawn. Okay, do we have some information on that?
I'm getting some information, from Mike. So thanks for that, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike couldn't find any evidence of anyone swimming from the Isle of Man to England, but people have swum from Scotland to Ireland. One woman in 2008 did it in 15 hours.
Okay.
From Carrickfergus to Port Patrick.
Okay, maybe that could be our challenge for next year. We should see if we can swim home.
Rather than flying here.
Yeah, I think I prefer to try to swim, actually. I might have to stay on this island forever, because I might not be able to get back on that plane. h4, and I mean, the problem with black here, if you can put this knight on d6, maybe black's better. Both sides have pawn weaknesses, c pawns, e pawns, but it's very hard to find a good home.
I have to say I don't really like this for black.
I don't think it's that great, is it, at all? You need to. Where do you put this knight? How do you get it to d6? I mean, you could go d7.
Also, I'm just
b6.
going to play h5, I guess. Open the h file.
And
just seems easier to find nice squares for the white pieces than for the black ones.
You can go bishop d3, knight e2, can't you? This kind of stuff. I mean, it should be a slightly better position for Wesley So, but I mean, it's not. There's still a lot of play left, so we'll come back to this later. Okay,
so let's first have a look at a tweet. A tweet from Thea Cook, who Yifan played g2, g4. We didn't see that yet, right?
No, we didn't see that, no.
So we will come that first. We'll have a look at Vidit against Bock. Then we'll also have a quick look at Elianov, and then we will come back to Yifan, but that sounds very promising.
Definitely, yeah. We always like moves like g4, don't we, to spice up our games. Okay, so we have been asked about Vidit versus Bock, and that is not the game. So let's try again. There we go. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is just the kind of thing we want. Okay, great stuff. And we looked at this position where black took on c4, e4, and we said black has to play c5. It has followed this theoretical line, d5, b5, extremely sharp position. h5, oh yes, Harry. Oh, go, go, go. Go, Harry, go, go, go. Harry, be good. Can we hear you sing that?
No, it's too early in the day, Simon.
Okay. I'm feeling so fresh today, aren't I? Or maybe the opposite, I don't know. So castle's here, and that's a brave move. Excuse me, to castle when white's opening the file, but it's still theory here. Clearly theory. If you don't castle, then Harry will go to h6.
Yeah, but if we look at the players and the clock times, it seems like Vidit is already half an hour up on the clock, so...
Yeah, I mean, even I know this is theory after castles.
Maybe it was later he started thinking, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see.
F takes g6. I mean, this is a theoretical position. E5, again, theoretical position. On the surface, I mean, I really like white's position with these pawns coming forwards, and the black king is a target to be attacked because it's slightly weak and there's an open h file. So knight g4, but the way that Bock is playing, he's playing with very punchy counter-attacking ideas, trying to take on e5. So this is very, very going to be a very interesting game. d6 now played, and queen d5 check is a main idea. And look at this. Oh yes. Oh yes.
You're liking this.
I'm liking this. Look at this. This is brilliant stuff. e6, stopping queen d5, and now, I mean, this is a fantastic move. Absolutely sparkling. Rook takes h7. What do you think of that, Fiona?
Do you know if this is still a theory? Have you seen this before?
It was, yeah, I think it has been played, actually. I seem to recall, I even remember analysing this on the computer once, actually. when I thought I was going to get this. I don't know if it's been played. Maybe we get some information on that, but it's quite possible. Quite possible it has been played. But what an idea, though! What an amazing idea! And black has to be so careful.
So the point is, if you take
then
knight g5,
king, let's say, goes back, and now
this is just too much.
This is crushing, isn't it? With the queen coming here and down here, and also the d pawn Derek is very dangerously placed. So rook takes h7. You can't take that rook. So Benjamin has played rook f5, and that's guarding this square on g5, and also trying to create this counterplay against e5. Now, if I was white here, I would have been tempted just to play rook takes g7 check to gain a tempo, because it's all about speed in this kind of position. The rook's gone back, and Benjamin has just gone bishop b7. You know, white's centre could collapse here, because there's a threat of taking here, taking on e5. e5 will drop.
Okay, and we were just being told that bishop b7 was the new move in this position.
Okay.
And also Benjamin did spend 17 minutes on it. So he will be out of, this won't be his prep anymore, I guess. Right. And previously knight c6 was played in this position. In a game between Kvetny and Lei Tingzhi from China, and this was played in 2015 in a game that ended in a draw.
Okay. So bishop b7 here. We have a couple. Well, I think we have one more move. So knight has taken on b5, and it's just.
Vidit still has barely spent any time. So
I mean, this must be theory. If he knows he's likely to get this variation, and if he knows that knight c6 is a move, you expect he's still in his theory, and this is a very simple way of playing, because you're just like you'd love to take this pawn with your bishop. I mean, what a fantastic attacking square that is. And
just to go back to something you said in the chat, Young 89 is asking us whether it was possible to take on g7, followed by queen g4. So maybe we can have a quick look at that.
I'm not sure how we get queen g4 in. I mean, taking here looks natural to me, because the bishop's a good defender. And we gain the tempo. Tempo is important. I mean, it might just be not enough. I mean, it might be complete rubbish. Wouldn't be the first time I've come up with a load of rubbish, and I expect not the last, because you need a good follow-up here, don't you? I mean, you could just go knight takes b5 again.
And we have a tweet from Grandmaster David Smurden, who's saying some seriously impressive preparation by Vidit, and I think it's what you just pointed out. Yep. I'm also fairly certain. Well, it's not about being fairly certain. He's been playing, he's barely spent any time, so he is following his preparation. And a bit like in Mickey's game yesterday, I wouldn't want to be in Benjamin's shoes.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, you're facing a well-prepared opponent in a position where one mistake you're gonna lose the game.
And I'm just giggling away, because in the chat Biberman is saying he doesn't really have much interest in the chess. He's just waiting for the arbiter.
Exactly. I have to say that's the only reason I'm here as well, to be honest. I mean, I'll talk about the chess a little bit. If you missed this yesterday, it was very entertaining. We had a close-up on one of the boards, and we will keep an eye on this for everyone out there. And we were secretly filming one of the arbiters while he was having so much fun sitting at the board, putting the pieces in and out of the box.
Actually, Matthew is in the room. He was also starred on camera.
He was. Matthew was also a star in that scene. So we'll have to get some inside information on this was. And
when I saw this, I suggested we needed a caption competition.
Right, it's a caption competition. That's not a bad idea, and we will be we're hoping to catch the arbiter out again, because you seem to be having a great time there.
I won't say anything to David if you won't.
No, we want to keep him doing his in and out of the box manoeuvres with the chess pieces. Keep the crowd fascinated with his stuff. Okay.
Right. So this position. So I guess the question is, first of all, what do you do to prevent knight c7?
Knight c7 is. I mean,
is it not the biggest threat? Is bishop c4 the bigger threat?
I don't know, Fiona. I really don't know. Both of these moves look like they're going to be coming. I I mean, if I was black here, it's about time you start doing something. You have to do something. You can't sit here. So do I take on f3, take on e5? This is the first thing I consider. Do I take on e5 straight away? That's the second thing I'd consider. Do I play a check even, forcing the knight back first? That's the third thing I consider. So Benjamin will be going through each of these one by one.
Yeah.
And I mean, we could very briefly look at them. Let's very briefly look at bishop takes f3. When white has to take that piece back, what does he take it back with? I would say the pawn, probably, but I could be wrong here. Maybe the rook. I'm not too worried about doubling my pawns. It's not important in a sharp tactical position like this. And now, again, I expect knight takes e5, rook takes e5 check. I just block with the bishop, maybe. So knight takes e5. And now it's white to move here. This knight does defend c4. It's a mess, isn't it? It's a complete mess.
I think
knight c7 here probably is good, you know.
It's still very early in the day, and I think it's only just dawned on me just how crazy the position is.
It's mad, isn't it?
Like because I think I was just dreaming away earlier, and now I look at it and I'm like,
wow. Yeah, it's bonkers. It's completely bonkers, this position, and this is why h4 is a great move. Yeah. Because you always get bonkers stuff.
Yeah.
And people are saying about Vidit, he really has been improving, having some great chess recently. He could be the next Anand. He's an exceptional talent.
He also had a great result at the Olympiad in Baku, so definitely a player to look out for. I'm
seeing that some player in chat, Tom Harper here, is saying that there is better chess at Tau Memorial. Now, I just want to comment on that. Maybe that's a factual correct statement. But a factually correct statement is there's much more interesting chess in this tournament. That's just that you can't refute that because they're probably all playing the same openings in Tau. They're probably playing correct chess. You won't see a position like this in the Tau Memorial. That's just not going to happen because in opens people have to win. They have to take risks. They can't go for draws. So I've just been told by my producers that Tau was pretty good yesterday.
Basically just being turned off.
Thanks, Pete. So well, I'm sure there is good chess there, but opens just every round you're going to get something fascinating to look at. I think there's no point comparing both anyway. No. Like there are good games at the Tau Memorial. Also, I mean, there are a lot more games here, so it's hard to compare. There will be some good games here, there will be some exciting games here, but the fact is just there are many more games here, so you're bound to have a lot more excitement. I think it's many more games, but it's also you're playing in an open, so you have to take risks to win. If you start drawing games, you won't get into prize money. So opens, you need to take more risks than all play-alls. So you're bound to get more exciting games for that reason as well. Right, so let's let Benjamin think. I think he's going to take some time here. Let's go to Hu Yifan, who we were told pushed Gary the Gi pawn. Gi pawn? What's the Gi pawn? Is that the GI pawn? GI Jones pawn? I actually do remember the Tau Memorial, the first round. Nepononici played that nice game in the Scotch, didn't he? What did you call him? Nepononici. Itchy. He's got an itch. Okay. How do you pronounce his name? I always call him Nepononici. That's really bad. Oh dear. Is that not what you call him, Fiona? No, not quite. He had a nice game in the Scotch. You know the game I meant. Pronunciation probably isn't perfect, but I guess. How do you pronounce it? Nepononici. Neponon. Okay, right. What's his first name? Jan. Jan. Okay, Jan. Jan had a very interesting game against Thomas Chesky, didn't he, in the Scotch? And I think the Scotch might make a resurgence, actually. So, right. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to Ho Yifang. Okay. We're just 1 hour in, and I feel. You feel like you've entered another world. Okay, so e5, rook b1, knight to f6, and hello Ho Yifang. Hello. g4. Yes, get in there. That's the kind of move we want to see, isn't it? So g4. And actually, it's more of a positional move, this one. It's not a tactical move to say I'm going to checkmate you. You probably want to play you want to put your bishop on g2. That is the best square because you're going to combine that with b5, pressure along the long diagonal. So why go g3 when you can go g4? g4 makes a lot more sense because you're probably going to play g5 at some moment, attacking this knight, kicking that knight away. And that knight is a very good piece because it controls some central squares. Okay, so a5 now. b5, this is a move Ho Yifan wanted to play anyway. I expect black played the move a5 to try and somehow secure the c5 square for a piece. I'm not sure which piece. Maybe even the other knight, as it's going to get kicked anyway. Maybe this other knight can try to come here. Looks like a nice outpost for me. And I think this is where we stand at the moment.
Yep.
So there's no more moves here. That looks a bit like Lawrence Trent there, but it's not, is it?
No.
No, a
I
little bit.
don't know who this player is actually.
No.
I
Do you
did
reckon it's his
snap.
older brother?
No.
No? Has he got an
I
older
did
brother?
snap a nice photo of him, but I don't know who he is.
No.
So
No.
I will have a look. Someone else is pushing their, I don't even remember, H or G pawn, and that's Elianov. So let's go
Brilliant.
there.
Okay. And where are we? Ilyanov. And Ilyanov was the board one for Ukraine in the recent Olympiads. And another guy who doesn't play much chess now, but actually, who's one of my favourite players, and I think many people's favourite player, was Chucky.
Of course.
Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not like Chucky? He was one of the only people that his fellow peers said was a genius.
Yeah.
Chucky was pretty much a genius, and he doesn't play chess so much now. He plays drafts
Mm-hmm.
instead. Why?
Yeah, he did.
don't know,
He
it's-
did miss the Olympiad
Yeah.
to play a checkers tournament
Yeah.
in the Netherlands, I believe.
Yeah, I
so.
think so. So it was somewhere. Somewhere, but you're right though. He was
Somewhere
playing.
else.
Yeah,
Maybe Poland. I'm not sure.
maybe
Ah.
Poland. Yeah.
Ah.
And Poland. Okay. Yeah. Which I hope he comes back to chess, don't
Yes.
you? He'd be such a person.
It
to
would
miss.
be a big
Oh,
loss
yeah,
for
definitely.
chess if he.
I know he was just too brilliant. Was Ivanchuk? He was too much of a genius in some respects. I think he found it hard
Yeah.
to keep everything in his head even.
And actually, if we just go back, so this was a French opening, and it's very rare that Elianov plays e4, 1e4.
1e4. Okay, and very quickly, knight c3, the winner-ware variation. There's two moves to play against this. Bishop b4, but nowadays bishop b4 is not played as much as the classical variation. Knight f6, e5 is one of the most testing variations because white gets this big space. Typical French fashion, you strike against the centre. You have to play c5 in the French. If you don't play c5, you're not playing the French. And now knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3, often about this square here. White defends it, black attacks it. And now the most common move, I mean, I've played this as black with a6, with b5 ideas, getting ready if white castles, but bishop e7 is trendy. Queen d2, white not determining where his king's going to go quite yet, but it might go queenside. Castle's kingside here. And now actually, again, I remember a game, one of the first people to play this is Morozevich. He had some great ideas in French defence, and now castle's queenside is a big mistake. It's been well known. I think it was Shirov Morozevich, where Morozevich now played c4, and this was one of his subtle ideas, and he just went b5, b4, checkmate. It was found his attack was quicker. So white takes on c5 first, and now he plays castle's queenside to avoid that previous idea. And we're going to have a very interesting game here. Queen a5, black is manoeuvring over on the queen side to create some pressure. a3, controlling the b4 square, and now rook b8. So b5, b4 would be most unpleasant for white here. Bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, queen e3. Again, this is aimed against b5 because you take the knight. And this is not a move that black wants to play here, queen b6. Because now you've got to ask yourself, why did I put the rook on this square? If I'm going to go queen b6, what am I doing with my rook here? Knight d4, white just getting control of that square. An exchange, black moving his piece out. Now, again, a typical idea here. I mean, h4 is a very normal idea. h4, because this pawn will be used to soften up the black king, which has little protection. And another common idea here is to move the rook to h3, which defends your queen side and comes to g3, and a lot of variations to attack like that. Bishop c6, maybe to prepare knight e4. I can't see any other reason for this move, but I don't think you want to go knight e4 anyway, do you? Because the queens. I don't understand bishop. I don't understand some of black's moves. I have to be honest. I don't understand queen b6 or bishop c6, h5. And what's black doing? We can see what white's doing. White's just coming, isn't he? He can even go g4 and f5.
Yeah.
So I don't see what black's doing.
I don't like
here.
this for black at all.
No. You need, yeah.
So just before we can have another quick look at this, we have a photo for you of Ivanchuk, the genius, taken at the checkers tournament in the Netherlands last year. And the tournament for which he decided to skip the Olympiad in Poland, he didn't fare very well, or I don't know how good he is, but he scored +3, 1 draw, and he lost 5. So it would be interesting to know whether he regrets his decision, and hopefully we will see him back at the chessboard soon.
Yeah, I really hope so. I mean, he's definitely sorely missed away from chess, and he's such a nice guy. I remember it was quite funny. I was at a team competition, the European. Well, we're going there at this team competition very shortly for our team, Cheddleton. But I was playing for another team, Dukes of Kent, in Israel, in Eilat, right on the southern tip of Israel. Beautiful place. And our whole team there, we weren't particularly strong players. I mean, that shows because I was bored one. And our whole team was sitting having dinner, you know, just in a random place, you know, having a beer. We had a chessboard out, and our team captain, Chris Rice, was looking at his game. And he was getting a little bit annoyed with everyone suggesting moves. You know, when there's loads of, you know, too many cooks, people are going, oh, why not bishop there? Why not knight there? And you're like, just, ugh. And then some guy came along and played a move on the board. He turned around really angrily, like, and he's like, you know, about to shout at him, and it was Ivanchuk. And he's like, oh, okay, you can suggest a move. Yeah, I'll let you off. But his face was so funny because he was so angry. And then he looked at Ivanchuk and he's like, oh, and it suddenly changed. So it was great. It was really funny. And Ivanchuk just joined us.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, besides being a genius and a brilliant chess player, I think he's one of the people I met ever who loves chess the most. Like, he loves chess. He does. He once played in the Differentiel, actually, and both him and I were not playing that day, but there were games going on. So he came and sat with me. He looked at the live games with me, and then he asked me if the games from the previous day were already online. And I found a link, so I downloaded all the games, and I opened them, and I thought he was just going to have a look at a few, you know, between the strongest players. But he actually, you know, when you go F10 to bring up the next game, he looked at all the games, and some were like between 1,700 players, but just looked at everything.
Wow.
So
quite exceptional, yeah.
He is a very exceptional man, and he is sorely missed. And I hope to have him back soon.
Definitely. He had a very good score against Kasparov, I think. Ivanchuk, he beat him on a number of times, which not many people did. Okay, well, before we move on, a couple more moves here. We might as well just update it.
Yep. Queens are off.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was going to happen. Knight d7. I mean, this h-pawn push is really more of a positional thing. Probably black had to exchange queens, otherwise he's going to get mated.
No, I mean, white should have kept their queens and mated.
Yeah, he should, maybe he should have gone for it. I mean, this is.
I wouldn't have swapped queens.
I wouldn't have swapped queens either. We wouldn't have done that, would we? No, we would have gone for some chaos, kept the queens on, and gone for a quick checkmate. But white generally is always a little bit better in these positions. I mean, unless black can arrange the move f6. I mean, I've played these openings so many times in my life. That you have to play f6. If you can play f6, you suddenly explode the centre and you get lots of counterplay. You know, for example, g6, a normal move here would be for white to try to transfer the knight to d4. That's a very typical plan. So let's say you did move the rook away to get ready for that. I don't know, let's say rook d2. And now we can see this move f6. And if you get f6 in, all of a sudden your position comes to life quite often, because you can create a weakness on e5 by capturing. And if you take on f6, well, even rook takes it is a very normal move. You've got e5 coming, the other rook comes in. So, you know, if black gets f6 in, he can probably get some play. Otherwise, he's going to suffocate himself, I think.
Okay. So. Well, let's leave that for now. Let's go to Wang Hao. You learned how to pronounce his opponent's name, so I'll let you do that.
Lucas van Farist.
Very good.
Is that correct? How do you say it?
Well,
We got the Dutch
I think
guys
I
here.
can't. You need to sort of roll the R, which I can't do. Forest.
Forest.
I'm getting a thumbs up from
Van
the
Forest.
Twitch.
A long
Forest.
Forest. Okay.
But you know when I say E, it's not E, it's A. Forest.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, anyway, on we go.
Right.
Wang Hao seems to have sacrificed a pawn, so let's see how that happened.
Should we go from the
Yeah,
top?
maybe very quickly through the opening
Sure.
moves.
Sure. So it's in English now. Quite intriguing. I don't know if this is a theory move or a new invention of Wang Ho here, because obviously a normal move here would be just to take on c3, something like pawn takes c3, and I'm sure this has been played many times before. I mean, again, my theory is not always up to date, and this bishop b5 check is a really interesting idea. Maybe it's been played before, but the point is clearly to go for queen e2 check and use the f6 pawn, because black can't put a piece on e7. So for example, c6, obviously the main option here, queen e2 check, and now black has to play bishop e6, which is slightly uncomfortable for him. And white now moves his bishop back to c4 with ideas of taking on e6, which should be devastating. Black grabs the pawn by taking check, grabs another pawn, so he's a pawn up now, black. White simply develops, knight f3, bishop e7, blockading this pin and getting ready to castle. White castles, we have an exchange of pieces, black castles, and now just rook e1. So it's a pawn, and he's not really offering another pawn. What is he? He is actually, is he? No, bishop. That looks very dangerous.
I think too dangerous.
Too dangerous to take that.
In the worst case, you could just play rook b1.
Yeah, probably you're winning. You can get that pawn back, can't you, on b7, but probably bishop c3 is even more devastating.
Do you just win a piece after bishop c3?
I mean, we can have a quick look. So takes here. Now, if you take on e7, a1 drops. So bishop c3 looks like the natural move to me, because
Queen a3, the only move?
Only move, guarding the bishop. And now, is there some blow like queen g4, queen d4? I don't know. It just looks.
But after queen b2, what if I go rook b1?
Yeah. I mean, this might be winning as well. Queen g4 looks very, very dangerous at least.
Well, what if I take your bishop?
Yeah, I probably resign there, actually.
Well,
yeah,
you can take my bishop, but then when I'm just 2 pawns up.
You can take the rook. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe there's something here, but.
But what if?
Sure. Okay. So rook b1. Yeah. And now.
Then I have to go back, and bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Good move, Fiona. Didn't see that one. Yeah, that's just winning, isn't it? So. Yeah.
Maybe again you can go to a3 though.
You have to go somewhere else with the queen, but I mean, even if you take on b7 here, it's you get a pawn back and you activate a very good piece, don't you? So, you know, kind of
there will be pressure. Knight e5 and knight g5 are coming.
Yes.
This looks close.
Yeah.
Very good for white.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't think black will take that pawn, but I mean, black should be trying to finish his development here. So
well, bishop g5 is a threat, so
it is, yeah,
maybe
actually,
you have
yeah.
to...
Major threat, this one. It looks really good for white, this position,
Yeah,
actually.
because if you have to spend time on a move
Yeah.
like h6...
Yeah, this is so slow.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop c3 now, surely. Surely
Yeah.
we put the bishop on this great diagonal now. Attacking the queen, and the knight's come in somewhere.
Also, the queen is going to, because I guess the only square to defend the bishop is d6 and then rook d1, and I think,
Yeah.
okay, queen c7, but just looks...
This looks really good, doesn't
Your
it?
queen g4 is going to happen now at some point. Like,
Yeah.
I think I
Yeah.
really, really like white here.
Yeah, maybe white is close to winning. I mean, queen d6.
I would say rook d1.
Rook d1. I thought maybe queen c5, but it's still pretty terrible.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, and look at all of white's pieces. I mean, this is.
How do you even stop me from mating? Do you have to play f6 or g6? I
Oh,
mean, both
God,
look
it's horrible,
equally
aren't they?
ugly.
I mean, if you have to, there's a nice little idea here. I mean, f6 is just disgusting move to play. Too many weaknesses. But if you go g6, I mean, that's just as disgusting. But I like to move rook e6 here. I like that one. That's a flashy move. Might not be good, but you're threatening rook takes g6 check.
If it works, it's very pretty.
If it works,
It
it's
could
mate.
possibly work.
It could do, yeah, something like this. And I mean, how does black defend against rook takes g6? I mean, can't take there because that's mate, etc. Yeah, we like Wang Hao's position, don't
Very
we?
much.
So yeah.
And he did just play bishop d6.
Okay, so let's go back to the position. h6 didn't look good. Bishop d6, probably a better move, more active square.
Yeah, but bishop c3 is probably still coming.
At least this way the queen doesn't have to start running around to guard the bishop, so it can maybe try to go somewhere like here. But again, you've even got knight h4s to keep annoying that. You've got it's
just looks
rook e4 even. Get the rook to g4. I mean, there's so many. We think white's doing very well here. So, and of course Wang Hao lost his first game. We should mention. So he's off the race. He's only on 1 out of 2, 50%. So he needs to get some wins on the board.
Right, we're going to have a look at one more game before we take our first quick break of the day, and that game is Brunello against Shirov, where something very strange happened in that Brunello spent 43 minutes on his move 8 in a known position, so very strange.
Okay. Can we see Brunello there?
Where is Brunello?
Is he white Brunello or black?
Black.
Black. Okay, good. He's black. Okay, so where is Brunello? There he is. Got him. Okay, so we'll come to this game very shortly in a second. And Brunello, he's one of the top. Is he the top Italian Grand player?
No. I think the top one is. I'm having a
mind freeze.
I really am having a mind freeze.
He's one of the top.
One of the top
grandmasters, isn't he? From Italy, Brunello. And so, where do you say he had this long think? Sorry,
on move 8.
Move 8. He fought for how long?
43 minutes.
That's not a good sign.
No.
Okay, so let's have a look. Caro-Kann and the advanced variation of Caro-Kann. This really suits
Focatura, thank you, Chess King Dreamer.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this E5 move is very Shirov because it leads to very aggressive, tactical, exciting positions. Bishop F5. Our good friend Keith Arkle prefers to move c5 in this position, which is a very interesting option.
Yeah, just saying Sabino is number 2 behind Focatura. So.
Okay. Yeah, this is the move that our good friend Keith Arkle plays, but Bishop F5 is the main move. And again, there's a number of options here. A really cool move here, if you want to get funky with Harry, you can play h4 here. This is very sensible, because if black plays the natural move e6, g4 in actual fact traps the bishop. You know, if bishop e4, I've got f3. If bishop g6, I've got h5. And I've always thought the Caro-Kann is quite a good choice of openings because I played the French defence so much of my life. And when after, let's say, knight f3, what Shirov played, e6, you kind of get the same French defence structure. Yeah. This is the French defence pawn structure. But look,
you've got your bishop out.
That's right. In the French defence, this bishop will be back here. And that's kind of trapped, isn't it, behind this pawn formation. You want your bishop on the other side of your pawns. because it has air there. You don't want it trapped there. It's like in a prison there. It's trapped in a prison, in a tomb. So, you know, I've always thought the Carrick-Island's got something to be said for it. I've never bothered learning it, though, properly.
And we have a tweet.
I like that tweet, yeah. This is from King of Endgame. Kefar Carl in disguise, maybe? And he's saying, no wonder I haven't heard of a gi pawn. Yeah, that's the 9th rank. And, okay, well, back to the game. Now, Shiros played Bishop E2. Now, this is actually named after this system here, after English Grandmaster Nigel Short's. Knight F3, Bishop E2 is a so-called short variation. And Nigel explained this once. He thought that actually the bishop on F5, which I said is quite a good piece of black, is actually a liability for black. He said, well, there's so many times this bishop can be attacked with the likes of G4, knight to H4, etc., that it's a liability. So why would white ever want to swap his bishop off for that bishop? Well, he doesn't want to. So you go bishop E2, knight E7, castles, very simple. Bishop G6, making way for the knight to come to this square. Knight BD2, a very simple development, and now C5, and here a typical Shirov move.
But you know what's funny? So I mentioned that Sabino spent 43 minutes on his 8th move, but Shirov, before he played C4, he also spent 20 minutes on that move, which means that combined they spent over an hour on move 8.
Wow, that's epic, isn't it, really? An epic amount
and
of time.
And in a known position, which makes it even weirder.
It must be a known position, this. I'd be amazed if it's not theory. And I like this. This is typical Shirov. Look at the kings. Very, very simple rule here. White has castled the king. Black is at least 1, 2, 3 moves away from castling. He has to move the knight, the bishop, then castle. So Shirov says, right, your king's in the middle, my king's castle. I'm going to open up the position. I don't care if it costs me a pawn, it probably doesn't, but I want to open things up to get to your king. That's Shirov all over.
And we did say that this was most likely a known position, and indeed it was played, for example, in Kamsky against Karpov in 1995.
Oh, your memory has this really good recalling thing after a couple of seconds. I wish I had that great skill as well. I mean, God, Kamsky Karpov, really brilliant.
I know my classics, Simon.
You know your classics. I know you always surprise me. It's very nice, you know.
A woman of many talents.
A woman of incredibly lots of talents, yeah. I mean, and every day we find this out more and more.
Right, so let's see, C4, and after 43-minute thought, C takes D4.
C takes D4, and now, of course, Shirov just takes that pawn back, knight takes D4, and now, well, black has to get castled at some point, so you've got to move the knight to get the bishop out, to get the king safe. So knight C6, attacking the centre, and now Shirov, we just see, has played the move.
Saw him, yeah.
And he's played this move, hasn't he? Again, reinforcing the centre, reinforcing the knight, and Shirov now can move his bishop as well. So I don't know. I mean, if black can get castled here, it shouldn't be that bad for black, should it? Let's say I'll go bishop e7. Why not keep things simple?
Yeah.
And I want to get castled. Is there any way I can create complications? I mean, if you try to get in the mind of some of these players, Shirov again is an exceptionally talented player. I mean, you know, a lot of people said he's genius. Like Shirov had I feel really sorry for Shirov. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he actually earned the right to play against Kasparov for the World Championship match. I don't know who was running this, but it was a number of years ago, and he beat Kramnik, so it must have been about 98, I'm guessing, 1998. And he beat Kramnik in a qualifying match to play against Garry Kasparov for the World Championship. So he beat Kramnik, he earned the right, and then Kasparov turned around and said, I don't want to play Shirov, he's too weak. So and everyone's like, well, he's actually qualified to play you. And he said, no, I don't want to play him, I'm actually going to play Kramnik anyway. And Shirov, it was meant to be big bucks in this because he got all the way to the final, so he should have been guaranteed something like £500,000, I think. And he didn't get any money at all from it, no money whatsoever. And it just feels really bad. So he didn't get paid, he earned the right to fight for the World Championships, and that must have really hurt the guy. And after that, he was never quite at the top of the elite standings. He dropped down a little bit. And, well, we actually know what happened in 2000. I think it was 2000, 2001, wasn't it?
Shirov was too weak, but Kramnik
was pretty good, and Kramnik went on to defeat Kasparov. But I've got a bone to pick with Kramnik because he used the Berlin to beat Kasparov in that match. And since that year...
Chess has never been the same.
Chess has never been the same. Everyone bloody plays the Berlin. Sickening. So I'm annoyed for two reasons. Schindler didn't get his shot, and Kramnik made the Berlin popular. It was a very bad day for chess. And the other thing was, I actually had a job in London, believe it or not. I'll just stop there, shall I? I actually had a job.
Was that your only ever real?
I've had real job. I've had lots of jobs. I actually used to clean toilets at barracks, an army barracks, and that's not a lie. I did that for 2 weeks. I cleaned. I used to have to clean. I was a cleaner for a while. I did odd jobs. I was a telly-salesman in an office. I did a lot of things. But anyway, before we do go to a break, where was I? I have no idea now. I had a job in London, and for the World Championship match, Kasparov versus who was it? I just said him, Kramnik. I was showing people to their seats. That was my job. So I'd say, they were like, where am I sitting? I'd say, over there. And I got paid to do that. And I thought this would be great because I could watch the World Championship match. And then the first game was at Berlin. And I thought, well, it can only get better, can't it? Third game was at Berlin. I was like, oh my God, what am I doing here? At least I'm getting paid for this. Fifth game was at Berlin. I thought, I'm going down the pub now. I'll sod this job. And so that was my only job. Lasted about 5 days. No, I had some other jobs as well. Do you think we should go on a break?
Yeah, I think our producers are begging us, or begging me to stop you. Just a reminder, so thank you very much, first of all, for watching the first part of the show. And if you don't know what to do during the break, head to the chess.com website where you will find a full report on round 2 by Mike Klein, including an interesting pawn endgame from yesterday, which we did have a look at. Really but if you didn't, do check that out, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes.
I wouldn't dare consider myself a Manxman. I'm what here is called a stopover. The Isle of Man's definitely home for me now. In the middle of the 19th century, the island really began to try and grow its tourist trade. They chose to establish a steam railway. The sight, the smell and the sound of that steam railway is very evocative. The Great Laxey Wheel, or the Lady Isabella as she's called, is a massive working water wheel designed to pump water out of the deep mines. It's now the largest working water wheel in the world. Peel Castle's on an island called St Patrick's Isle, and the castle has a history of religious settlement and defence that makes a real strange mixture in the buildings that you see. The whole island itself, though, St Patrick's Isle, is enclosed by a curtain wall, a wall that goes all the way round it. What's special to me about the island is it's all sorts of different places in one. It's all sorts of different people. In a sense, it's the whole world in a tiny place.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes. Or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news. Or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.
Hello and welcome back to round 3 already.
Round 3, yeah.
Round 3 of the Isle of Man International Chess Tournament, sponsored by chess.com and the Scheinberg family. And we're going to go straight back to board 1.
Let's do that, shall we? And this was Caruana versus your good friend.
No, it's
Neil.
not Caruana.
Caruana. Yeah, Caruana. Sorry.
You'll get there at the end of the
I will do.
by
Sorry,
the end of the tournament.
My apologies, but I might just do it on purpose to make you really angry for every day, because I can see it's getting worse and worse. And against your good friends anyway, Niels. And well, I thought this might be a slower kind of game with White picking a more positional approach against the Najdorf, but I'm very happy to see that, okay, Niels develops his knight c6, and now all credit to...
Here
comes Gary. Yep. All credit to Fabiano because it goes g4.
Yep.
That's great. That's really, really good stuff. And I'm pretty sure I had this position against Shirov actually with the black pieces, but in the 4NCL match, maybe even for the team you're a captain of, Cheddleton. And okay, well now a standard move, because obviously White is planning to go g5 and start marching up that side of the board, and it's maybe even White will castle queenside still. I hope he does. I hope White does go for queenside casting, because then we're going to have a real slugfest on our hands. So knight d7, okay, very normal move, and White goes g5 anyway, and now g6. So this is trying to hold up the advance of White's pawns, and as someone's noted, Fabiano having an extremely long think here. I mean, look at his time, 38 minutes, and it's only move 10, and that's really quite strange for Fabiano, because he is
and just as you say that, he just played bishop c4, but yeah, he did have a
very long think.
More than half an hour, I think.
Than half an hour, yeah, 40 minutes, I think, something like that. And that's a really interesting move, bishop c4, because, well, the first idea that springs to my mind is something nasty occurring on e6. I don't know if that's going to work, but let's say we can't go b5. Let's say queen c7. That's a normal move in this type of position to pressurize along here. Is the plan to go now bishop takes e6? I really expect that is the plan. When, well, black has to take that piece, otherwise it's a whole piece. The pawn takes bishop, and then this is a very, very typical idea. Knight takes e6. The queen probably goes to somewhere like a5, and now you want to play knight d5 here, but this is not possible because it's pinned. Knight d5 would be crushing. So, okay, it's on the cards. Something like this is always on the cards, and it's something that black has to be aware of. But generally, this is just an aggressive move, because you're wasting time moving the same piece, but you're putting it on a very active square. And even when you go f5, this bishop's going to be open up. But I think this is really heating up. This is going to be very exciting.
We're in for a big and interesting fight.
Definitely.
On board 1.
Yeah.
But let's leave Niels at it for now. Let's quickly update board 2, Nakamura against Van Forest. Van Forest.
I think you'll find. Okay. And, well, where were we? Okay, it was looking reasonably slow positional game, this. Both sides playing natural moves. And now Hikaru went a4. He's got more space on the queen side. And generally, when you play the queen's gambit, this pawn on c4 gives you more space on the queen side, and this idea of a4 is just trying to go a5 and to nibble away at black's pawn structure over on the queen side. So it's a very natural move. Bishop b7, okay, developing, and now the bishop goes to a3. Bishop moves to this more active square. d6 is somewhere it could even plonk itself into. Rook e8, pawn takes d5, and now e takes d5. Capturing the other way, this is probably Hikaru's idea, might fall into the move knight b5, when that knight is trying to hop into that weakened square on d6. So that's why black captures with the e-pawn. And you know, you have to be a little bit careful positionally with black here, because of that bishop. That bishop is not a great piece. You've got to play c5 to try to open that one up. a5 played, and now c5 is played. So we can see black trying to give light to that bishop. a6, that pawn's gone a long way. bishop c6, and now b4. Trying to, in actual fact, win that bishop with b5. So black takes on d4. Now knight takes d4, fantastic square for that knight, and black does have an isolated d pawn now. Rook c8.
Freeing the a8 square for the bishop.
And lining up against that queen. So
Yep.
the queen sidesteps. And now knight to e5. So potentially trying to jump into the c4 square. Now Hikaru decides it's time to take on c6. You have to take the knight because there's a threat of bishop to b5 if you take the rook. And I think we have one more move after knight takes c6. Hikaru just moving his rook to a decent, good square, pressurizing this weak pawn on d5. And my first impression of this position is that it's very good for white because you have this nice little hole on the queen side, and even later on, you know, this a7 pawn, if that goes in any ending, in any kind of late middle game position, you're only 2 squares and queening. So positionally speaking, there's a nice hold for white over here. But the main problem is this weak pawn on d5. It's an isolated pawn. Normally when you have this, what's called an isolated pawn, it's isolated because it can't be defended by another pawn, basically. If it had a pawn on the e7 or c7 square, it could be defended. Normally when you have an isolated pawn, you want to get active pieces. You've got to have active pieces to compensate for the weakness, but I don't see that black's got this here. So I don't know, Fiona, what would you think about this?
I mentioned many a times that I absolutely I don't enjoy playing with an isolated pawn at all because I tend to just lose that pawn.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
So if I had to pick, I'd much rather be white here.
Well, in actual fact, I mean, I think this pawn could just be lost.
Yeah.
Because the simple threat is knight takes d5. And how do you defend that pawn? I mean, pushing it on looks, I mean, maybe it's possible, but I mean, you're putting yourself into horrible pain. Just knight b5 here. This is going to drop because I've got bishop here taking another defender of that piece. That pawn is pinned to the queen. That looks horrible. And if you defend that pawn with knight e7, you're going really, really passive here. And are you going to defend that pawn for a long time? I don't think you will because I've got bishop f3 anyway. So there you go. And yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways you can play with the isolated pawn. I've just been told by one of the producers that a strategy of a club member of one of the producers said, get rid of the isolated queen pawn as quickly as you can. So because it's very hard to know what to do with it, basically, the isolated pawn. But yeah, this is just really horrible for black. Yeah. I think Hikaru's going to, you know, I have to say, I mean, I'm feeling this is basically a tough challenge now for black. I mean, when you're black against these top players, it's so hard. You get a slight disadvantage in the opening. This is what Hikaru was saying yesterday, and you're going to lose the game. Yeah. You might not even play any big mistakes. You might just you know, fall into a little bit of prep, and you won't get a second chance generally. That's why they're 2,800 players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So now, by popular demand in the chat. Well, not just in the chat, on Twitter, everywhere, everyone wants to see what is arguably the game of the day so far, and that is Vidit against Bog.
Yeah, definitely. This was a fascinating game, this one. Real crazy. And we saw Vidit, he obviously is enlightened because he went h4 on move 5, and this is a very interesting way of avoiding a lot of theory and cracking on against the Grunfeld. And the last position we had, I mean, look at some moments of this. On move 12, Vidit goes rook takes h7. I mean, what a move. I mean, it's been played before, but it's still a great move to see. And the last time we looked was after knight b5, and we were wondering what Benjamin Bott was going to play here. And queen to a5 check's going to occur. Both kings in a lot of danger. I mean, it looks like black's king is really weak, but a white king, where are you going to put the white king? You're not going to castle queenside, are you? Because it's too airy there, so you're going to have to leave it somewhere open. Yeah. This check forces the knight back to c3, so that probably does help Benjamin's position. And now he's just gone for knight takes e5. Simple chess. And Vidit's taken that knight. Benjamin moved with a check. Now bishop to e3, blocking the check, and knight to d7. And this is the position we have currently. Black's developed all his pieces. Black has some, I think, very active pieces. White has this very strong pawn on d6. Very hard to assess. I mean, I'm just trying to count the pawns now. It's equal on pawns,
equal,
actually. Yeah.
I was just, well, I guess one of the first questions here is, can you take on c4 or not?
Let's have a look. Well, let's say
g2 will be hanging as well, but then I guess after bishop g2 I wanted to play rook g3.
Sure. So let's have a look. So bishop here, rook g3. And this is just the kind of position where you don't want to start going backwards. I mean, when you're playing sharp, open, tactical positions, you must play with as much energy as possible. So my first thought here is, rather than moving this bishop, I want to play something like rook b8 here, get another piece into the game. This would be my...
At the cost of a piece?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you take here, I want to take on b2, and I'm hoping, I mean, that something nasty is going to happen on c3. I've got rook takes e3. This probably is okay for black. I mean, I don't know. It's so hard to say. But this is really fascinating. That's why we're just spending a little bit of time on this at the moment, because we're just awaiting to see what white's going to play. Another move. I mean, my first instinct here, Fiona, I don't know if it works, is queen g4. Let's just bring the queen into where I'm going to try to checkmate black. You know, bring the queen in.
No, I thought this was but that is Lucas Van Foreest on the screen, who was just looking at the game, and we're actually going to go to his game next, and we will stick with this for a few seconds, but then we're actually going to start switching between boards a bit faster, because we have a lot of action in many games today. So yeah, I'll let you finish on this board.
Sure. I mean, I think this game is game of the day, though, isn't it? Just because it's such a messy position. It's really quite crazy. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, queen g4, is there now a rook? I mean, what about this move? What about rook e4? I mean, this is just getting bizarre. But now queen takes g6 stops the idea, because the bishop is pinned. I can't take that. Oh dear. I mean, it's really getting exciting, and I can imagine these guys are going to get very short of time. Well, I say that, but it's got over an hour.
Yeah, but Benjamin, it's down to 40 minutes, and okay, we'll come back to this. We're going to go to Wesley. So against Lucas Van Foreest, who is just in the picture, and we have a treat from our good friend Danny Gormali, ready with that game.
This is, I think actually Wesley So's playing Alan Merry, actually, in actual fact. So yeah.
Where's Lucas? Lucas against Wang Hao.
Wang Hao, yeah. We'll come to that one a bit later, Lucas's game, but I think. So here we go. So Wesley, this is Danny Gormali, who, again, I have to say you should buy Danny's books. There's such an entertaining read. Have you read his latest book?
Unfortunately not, no. He still has to, and Danny is following our show, which is very nice. He still has to give me his book, but in fairness, he offered sending it. And it's one of the books I'm very much looking forward to reading. But
I recommend everyone have a look at his book. It's so much fun. It's not just about chess. He's got stories in there. And apparently he's writing another book now with no chess in. Just stories about his life. I mean, which is going to be interesting. And
so I was just going to read.
What did the tweet say? I was jabbering.
We were jabbering. The tweet.
Okay, here we go.
Wesley So putting on a peace maneuver. I have problems spelling that word, and I think it is in fact misspelled, but whatever. Peace maneuver masterclass against Alan Merry. Very impressive. Hashtag IRM chess. So again, if you want to get in touch with us, if you want your tweets read out, just tweet using hashtag IRM chess, and let's have a look at this piece maneuvering masterpiece.
Okay, last position was after h4. We'll go through the moves quite quickly. And knight d7, the problem for black is this knight. How does this knight get in the game? It's got no real good squares. It takes ages to get to d6, the square it wants to go to. Wesley develops his pieces, bishop and knight. Shiroff looking so happy, isn't he?
On camera, I think the producers wanted to show us So and Mary, who are in the background, but just look at Shiroff.
Do you reckon he's thinking, Kramnik, taking my world championships away from me? I should have played Kasparov.
He looks frozen as well.
This is a typical Shiroff pose. I mean, I've seen him do this a lot. He's actually, he might look like he's fallen asleep, but he's just working out incredibly complex variations in his head.
And we're being told he's been thinking for 21 minutes already.
Yeah, wow.
So, wow.
A lot of people think in different ways. I mean, I have to look at the pieces to think, but other people look at the ceiling, and he's now got his finger stuck up his nose as well. So, yeah. No.
Right, back to Wesley. So, who is sitting next to Shiroff? I think Wesley, he's become so strong lately that everyone will recognize him, but just in case you don't. That's him next to Shiroff.
I mean, look at this. Something's gone wrong for Mary because, okay, he goes knight b6 here. And
Well, I mean, we didn't like the way this was going, even when
No.
we first looked at it. So
I mean, the one hope I think for Mary was to go knight. I can understand knight b6 because he wants to go bishop d7, knight c8, knight d6. You get your knight to d6, you could even be better. The problem is he just can't do this. He goes h5, rook b1. He can't move his bishop because b7 is always going to, be a target. So he just goes back with his knight. And as soon as you start playing moves like this, something has gone wrong. I think it's been a bad opening choice for Mary, and we did mention his openings. If he wants to get to the GM title, he's just turned IM yesterday. He needs to change his openings, I think, in my opinion. He's a very talented player. Play some proper openings,
it's very strange hearing you, out of all people, giving that advice.
Wow, I mean, proper openings. The Dutch is a proper opening. The French is a proper opening, and all the other rubbish I play, maybe not. Yeah. Well, I kind of dabble, don't I? Lots of stuff, but that's why I'm a weak GM. Okay, King f2, Queen c7. Black is kind of powerless. Rook b2, and now this is a lovely maneuver. Check this maneuver out. The bishop was behind the pawns, these pawns in the center, that light square bishop. So Wesley So now maneuvers this at some point over to a4. Get rid of that bad piece. First of all, knight c1. This knight is now coming to attack here. King f8, knight d3, queen d6. Attack that pawn on b6, rook b8, defend the pawn, queen e3, just centralizing the queen. Black can't do anything here. Black is literally powerless. Knight d7, he throws his check in, a couple more moves. This is, I think, as Danny says, a lovely positional display. King e8, and now, look, the bishop comes here. Black is nearly getting in zugzwang position. This reminds me of a very famous Nimzowitsch game where all the pieces are on the board, no pieces were exchanged. And Nimzovich's opponent had to resign. I can't remember what game that was, but it was the kind of immortal Zugzwang game. Zugzwang means, for those of you who don't know, if it's your move or whoever's move it is, whatever move they play will weaken their position. So they're forced to make a mistake because they can't pass. They have to weaken their position. And here, well, look at it. This is to me, it looks like Black is running out of moves.
Yep.
It's bit by bit. So I'm not sure exactly what Black can play. Maybe this queen is going to sneak in here, and it looks horrible, doesn't it? Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I don't like this
No.
at all, but okay,
Yeah.
we will come back to that later. I think Wesley So is doing very, very well in
Yeah.
this game. But there is a lot of action going on, as I just said, and we're going to go to a game. We haven't seen anything from either of those players yet, so let's go to Erwin Lamy against Isha Karavade from India, another very strong woman player.
Yeah, we'll just bring this game up now. And you did mention, obviously, Erwin has his wife playing here as well. So,
She is playing, yep.
And here we go.
Erwin Lamy, of course, his biggest success in his career so far was winning Reykjavik Open last year.
He's incredibly hard.
With a round to spare as well. So
Yeah.
very impressive performance.
I mean, he's an incredibly hard worker, isn't he? Because he's been seconds for a lot of top players.
Yeah.
He's been a second for Giri for a long, long time. And I don't know if
Possibly Topalov. but
it was
yeah.
Topalov beforehand. Actually, I think he works with Vidit, because Vidit is also a
Giri
second.
works with Vidit.
Yeah, as well. So he knows Vidit quite
There was
well.
a tweet, maybe we can find that someday, of Erwin, Anish and Vidit and Sobiko all together in the
Right.
Netherlands just before the Grand Chess Tour
Yeah.
in Paris, I believe.
Okay, well let's dive into where this game gets interesting. And I look at this around this moment here. Now the way to try and beat Erwin is not to have a long game, because the guy is such a great maneuverer, and he likes long grinds. I'm not saying his tactics are bad; they're clearly not, but he prefers the grinds. And here,
I'm just laughing away because conversation has switched to your pronunciation.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah. He pronounced Zugzwang wrong. Well, you know what I mean. So,
And people get annoyed about the Nakamura and Kariana, or whatever you call him.
Caruana.
Good.
There we go,
Very good.
Caruana. Nakamura. Okay, Hikari. Well, rook e8, and now, Erwin goes g4. this looks like a very sensible idea because you're gaining space. But I love what Black has played here. Whether it's good or bad, I still love it, because Black is clearly saying, I'm not going to let you grind me slowly. I'm going to roll a dice. Bishop takes g4. Bishop takes g4, and this is a way to complicate against certain players. You've got to think of their strengths and their weaknesses. This is part of the preparation, and you've got to try to work out what will make them the most uncomfortable. For example, if someone took me into a slightly worse ending, I just want to be somewhere else, anywhere else in the world, you know. Rather my head down the toilet, probably, you know. So
and just so before we go on, we'll show you the tweet I was talking about. There you go, Anish Giri tweeting, "Hi T in Arnhem with the crew." So with his wife Sopiko, with Erwin on the right, quite a funny picture actually, and Vidit. So Vidit, who's playing one of the games of the day so far here, and Erwin, the game we're just looking at. So very strong team there.
Definitely, it's great having seconds to do we work for you, isn't it? I wish I had a team of seconds. Would you want to be in my team?
Yes.
You did. What would be your speciality?
The wing gambit.
The wing gambit. Okay, so you could train me up on the wing gambit and the Grand Prix. Okay, I'm going to employ your services for when I get back into chess.
For your next World Championship challenge.
I actually think it's a really interesting question. If you had to pick, let's say you had to pick one person as your second, you could pick anyone in the world, or even two people. I'd like to hear people's suggestions of who they had. I expect everyone would say Magnus Carlsen or someone, but...
I think it's very important to have good rapport with your seconds, as well as, of course, they shouldn't be complete petzers, but there should be some human...
I was going to say something nasty there, but I won't.
Yeah. Whatever. Let's move on because we have this move on the board, Bishop g4, and we're just drifting.
Knight takes
so
g4.
Sacrificing a piece.
Knight g3, and Black gets 3 pawns to the piece because, well, there was no decent way here of stopping Black from capturing on e3, and the queen also is very dangerously played. So Knight g3, and Black gets 3 pawns. So it's not really even a sacrifice, to be honest. King f2, Queen g5. Because he's got 3 pawns. I mean, it's not a mating, attack, I wouldn't imagine, because White's got good protection around his king.
Well, we have a couple more moves. I'm not sure what's going on. Queen c1 was played, and Queen f4 is on the board.
Okay, Queen f4. Queen c1 is a very risky move. And now I imagine...
there's only 2 moves now.
Yeah, so we should have a 50-50 shot here, getting the right one.
I guess
King g1, or I don't know, which one should we look at first?
I guess King g1.
I mean, the problem if you go to g2...
there's another check to start with.
There's a check here, and I maybe can just go rook takes c3, so I don't know, King g1 now, and...
Yeah, it just looks more logical to go to g1.
Yeah, it looks more logical.
And King g1 was played.
Okay, so King g1, and now it's Black to move. I mean, if Black could get the knight and the rook in, I mean, like Knight c6, rook e1, rook e8, he'd have then fantastic chances.
But it's a bit slow, right?
Yeah, it's maybe, I'm not sure. I mean, Knight c6 is the natural first move I'd consider here. Let's have a look, shall we? Developing a piece, just trying to get another piece into the game. So Knight c6, and if I get my rook to e8...
Can I play rook a... Oh no, I was going to blunder my queen.
Rook.
No, I wanted to play rook a2, but then there's rook g3.
Should we just point that out for people? That rook was defending the queen, but if you do that, then rook takes g3, and of course that's not. So after simply Knight c6, there is sort of an issue here, isn't there, for White? How does White's got this rook on h1?
I mean it is tough because you already have 3 pawns for the piece, so materially you are fine, and then look at that king on g1. I don't think he's a very happy chappy.
He's not a very happy chappy at all. And I mean, what you do here? White's piece is not coordinated.
Can you play bishop g2?
Okay, bishop g2.
I want to bring my queen maybe but then I'm a bit surprised by this Queen c1 move.
Queen c1 looked very slow, very slow. I mean, let's just play a natural. I've even got knight takes d4 here. That's an interesting shot. I mean, maybe it's not correct, but I want to just have a look. And then pawn takes, queen takes d4, and there's a very nasty discovered check here.
We have a very funny material balance as well, with 5 pawns for 2 pieces.
Yeah, very strange.
Yeah, I like this.
Maybe you don't have to take on d4.
Maybe you
even.
don't have to, but either
Yeah.
way, it looks very promising.
Just rook 8 would be what any
Also,
normal
yeah.
human would play. And maybe White's idea is to try and get the queens off though with knight f1. If you get the queens off, obviously when you're defending, you want to swap queens off. So knight f1 is something that might be a bit annoying for black.
Yeah.
I mean,
But maybe knight d4 is worth.
worth considering at
Yeah.
some point. Yeah, I mean, I think I like black as well. I mean, it could be a bit of an upset on the cards here, but I mean, I expect White's defensive chances are okay as well, so maybe roughly equal. Where should we go now?
We're going to go to a game where the white player, I have to admit, I don't know him, which is quite, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but it's rare that I look at games by players I've never heard of. I
Yes.
believe he comes from the US, but I could be wrong. Yeah,
San Diego.
he
San
comes from
Diego.
San Diego.
Okay.
So this Keaton Kira,
Yep, okay.
I guess you'd pronounce it, I'm not sure.
I'm probably not the person to ask.
But anyway, he's playing against the player we were talking about yesterday, and that is the legendary Peruvian Grandmaster Julio Granda.
Indeed, and let's just have a look at some of the interesting moments of this game. Because, okay, this is the current position, but how did we get to this? And I'm going to pick up and move 12, because this position here, just very, very normal position, not so much going on. E5 played, bishop c3, d5, so black going in the centre, pawn takes e5, and now it gets spicy. Now it gets spicy because by playing this move, obviously White is sacrificing the exchange. The bishop takes a3, pawn takes f6, now bishop b4, so it's an exchange. But look at that pawn. That pawn has just munched its way all the way to g7, a very greedy pawn there. Bishop takes c3, rook g8, and now knight d4. c5 played by black here. And I have to say, I like the way White's going for this, because again, I think if you think about the personalities, the way to beat Julio is by trying to go tactical. I think against him, you know, he's very good at manoeuvring. You know, up there with Mickey Adams, one of those that kind of strength.
And we're just getting some more background information on Keaton Kira. I'll pronounce it like that for now because I don't know, but he does have 2 GM norms. He grew up in Nebraska, and as we said earlier, he now lives in San Diego, where he is a full-time chess instructor.
Okay. And
So what, you like his position here?
I don't know. Let's have a look. I mean, the move that he, I mean, I'm amazed at his next move. Why didn't he put his knight on f5? Why did he avoid this move? I mean, the knight belongs on f5. Because in the game, I've just seen he's gone knight to f3. I mean, I'm sure there's some sense to this because the knight could be coming to e5. But, I mean, a knight on f5, I mean, it's Garry Kasparov who was quoted with this, but I think it came well before Garry Kasparov. And he basically said, if you get a knight to f5 and it can't be attacked, you can stabilise it on that square. It's generally worth at least a pawn. It's such a great square for the knights. And I don't want to lose my g7 pawn without a fight because it's only one square from queening. So
And also the knight could go to e3 from here.
So it's just, yeah, exactly. So why
I'm trying to understand, but I'm struggling.
was he worried about queen f6 hitting the knight and hitting this pawn? I mean, this is probably what he was worried about, losing another pawn here.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to play g4 to stabilise that one, and now queen takes c3, king to f1 even. I don't know. This is still, I've still got this massive knight here. Got knight d6s. Another tempting manoeuvre here would be h4, rook h3. Try to get this rook in the game. I mean, this is how I'd probably play the position. But I'm not too worried about this stupid pawn on c3. It just gets in the way, doesn't it? So give it away.
So now after knight f3, Julio Granda has gone queen b2, so still hitting that pawn on c3. Now how do you defend it? You can't, can you?
I think you have to castle here and,
Yeah.
and probably hope that you can generate some play here because there's not any other decent way to defend it at all. So probably castling here, but I don't like it. The energy's gone with this knight on this square. This knight should be on f5, and then white's got some energy. You can come into d6.
Because I guess after castle, I guess I can just take on c3.
I expect so, yeah. I mean,
And now suddenly it doesn't look
as
as
dangerous. No.
promising.
I mean, you could play
Black can even maybe think of castling queenside in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could try something like Queen B1. It's still a little bit of compensation, but just be so much more of the knight on a much more aggressive square. So I don't know why the knight didn't go to that square. It looks like it should have, to me, gone to F5 there. Okay, so should we move on?
Let's move on. Let's go back to the top board, where Fabiano Caruana is playing against Niels Guandelius. And a second ago, Fabiano was threatening to cheekily mate Niels in one move.
One move, wow. And this was actually a great game for the board one.
It is.
This was a brilliant board one game. And the last time we looked was after bishop c4, and it was just heating up. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and now a typical break in the Sicilian, e5. This is always a double-edged break because you give away control of d5, but you create a square for your knight, and this is the main goal of this move often. Queen to d5, that is the cheeky little mate there. And it's actually really hard to fall into this mate because most moves don't allow it. So like castling, like knight b6, but you'd have to be...
You could play f6.
f6, yeah, my pawn's being attacked, let's move it, yeah. That's the kind of Sunday morning 4-in-CL move, I believe. But yeah, okay, so that is a cheeky mate, but black castles, what better way to stop that? Now bishop b3, and we see black taking on f4, bishop takes f4, and now considering what move to play here.
That isolated pawn again.
Isolated pawn, but both sides have one, don't they? But the d6 pawn is the big one.
Yeah.
That's a real weakness. And I just think that, with Fabiano about to castle, if he gets castling in, his king looks quite safe.
Yeah, it feels like Niels needs to do something very quickly now.
I mean, the first move,
Knight.
It would certainly be that, yeah, knight to e5. And this is the normal move. I'm not worried about white winning a pawn here. I don't think white should win a pawn because, for example, if you take here, I take, got two bishops. If you try winning a pawn, I just take on g5. I stop you casting. Black is probably on the verge of winning this position. Well, maybe knight d5 keeps the game going, but black is clearly doing fine. So knight e5, white castles.
Can you castle? Yeah.
Yep. Let's say castles, and now something like bishop e6 or bishop
But
g4.
g4 looks
I think bishop g4.
interesting, at least.
Yeah, I thought one of these squares.
Yeah. You can consider whether you want to go bishop e6 first, and then you can. I'm not sure if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Something. I mean, this could be still getting very interesting here. Rook c8 even.
Yeah.
So it's, getting ready for a typical exchange attack on c3.
I think we're in for a real treat here, and I think this is also we haven't really seen any time scramble yet. I mean, it's difficult getting a proper time scramble with a 30-second increment, but still there will be games where players will be very short on time, and I think this could.
Yeah. In actual fact, I've just noticed something here as well, because the whole thing is, if white castles, I kind of instinctively think white's probably better somehow. But if he can't castle, obviously black is better. So, but if he castles, can we just take this pawn? I mean, if I can just win that pawn, why not? Why not take that pawn? And my knight is going to sit there forever now. I mean, that seems like it is probably a pawn. So
maybe white needs to play h4 first. But
so slow, isn't it? I mean, if you go h4 here, then I go bishop g4 without thinking, and your king is stuck in the center now.
Yeah, no, that looks terrible.
Very interesting. I agree. I'd actually. You're obviously a fan of black. You want black to do well, and I have to say he's got a position where
Fabiano is a lovely guy, and I very much like him as well. But he's just a very good friend. So as I said, a bit biased.
Yeah, sure.
And also, it would be great having Niels in the studio. He was actually he was here watching us yesterday, and he thought we would invite him on the show. But
I know he was a bit put off.
Hopefully, well, if he beats Fabiano today, then
he's got to come on.
Then he's got to come on.
I mean, it's not so good coming on if you lose, is it? It's not like it's fun. You just be sitting there like, yeah, that was a good game, and like crying in the corner or something. Actually, I'm just thinking of all my times doing commentary. Have I had a loser come on?
Actually, Anish Giri, after losing his game against Levan Aronian yesterday, was the first player in the Tal Memorial to join the press conference after losing a game.
That's very nice, yeah. Have you ever interviewed anyone after they lost? I don't think I'd enjoy that because you have to be so
Yeah.
careful they don't.
I think we don't really get to do that because we commentate on Opens where we have a larger choice of players.
Yeah.
I mean, if we have a choice of 150 players, we won't invite one who just
Yeah,
lost.
that'd be a bit bad, wouldn't it? We could call it Losers' Day. Get all the losers in.
Right, so yeah, I think very interesting. And knight e5 is on the board.
Oops, sorry, yeah. Okay. 95 is, yeah.
But yeah, we can also just move on because we
Yeah.
did have a look at that now. I quite like Neil's position, I have to say.
I agree. I think if white can't castle queenside, then
And I
black
think
should have
also,
great play.
especially, I think it's just the kind of position he was hoping he
Yeah.
would get.
Definitely.
It suits his style. We mentioned he's a very creative, aggressive player, so I think he'll be pretty happy now.
I totally agree. If you're playing someone as strong as Fabiano, you want to
Yeah.
complicate things. So definitely. Okay.
Okay, let's move on. Nakamura, board 2.
Then we should go to Adam, shouldn't we, at some point?
We should
So-
also go to Adams and to Hu Yifan, so that's going to be the next 2 games we're going to look at. We should probably speed up the tempo of analysis. So let's see, where did we leave the game off?
Well, d4 played, and I thought Hikaru had a great position, but let's see if I was correct. Queen e7, and now Hikaru wins a pawn, but Jordan is aiming for compensation with some active pieces. So knight e4, rook d3, knight c3. So this is how Jordan is trying to create counter chances.
So he is a pawn down, but
Yeah.
is there any real compensation here?
Let's say I go bishop f3. I mean,
Which looks natural.
very natural move. Is there any compensation here?
At first sight, I have to say I'm struggling to see any.
I am as well, to be honest.
Because white has the bishop pair as well, and a pretty powerful bishop pair at that.
Exactly. And
I could play b5 or bring the bishop to b2.
Yeah. I particularly like this idea of bishop b2 because if I can swap off the dark square bishops, then I'm probably just winning. Yeah, I'm trying to see where the counterplay is going to come from here. Where is it going to come from? Is there any way black can say, right, okay, I'm pawn down, but I can make things difficult for you here? And I'm just struggling to see it.
I'm just trying to find a future for that knight. What was?
Well, you could go knight b5, I was considering, but I don't see how knight b5 will help. I can just go bishop b2 anyway. It's a pawn. It's just a pawn, isn't it? And a pawn in someone as strong as hands
A pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is indeed a pawn, yeah. Pawn is pawn.
Right.
Okay, it looks to me like I don't see
think,
it. I don't see it, so yeah.
But Jordan is walking around not looking too concerned.
He's a pretty chill guy anyway, isn't he? You know? So,
Maybe
yeah.
we're missing something, but okay, we will come back to this one later. We will move on to board 3, where Hu Yifan is playing Maxim Rothstein.
And I'm just going to find this game. And Hu Yifan is... Oh, there we go. Okay. Right, so we had the position after b5, and bishop c5 played. Capture on c6, bishop g2. So castles are now e4. It's a scary looking centre that Maxime has there, isn't it? I mean, these pawns, it's often a classical case, are they strong or are they weak? And, you know, at the moment they really cramp white's position. White has little space, not as much space as she'd like to have. But you could find e4 might be a target after something like g5 at the correct moment. So first question,
So where do
the
you
queen
put
go?
your queen? Yeah, I was first looking at queen h3, but I'm not sure why.
Queen h3 or queen g3. I'm trying to think, is the black bishop better here or here? Because
exactly.
if I go here, then bishop d6. And I think I want the black bishop here if I'm white, because I don't, after queen h4, it may make these pawns quite weak. And I've got g5 coming in next, something like this, g5, and I'm going to try to just win your pawns. So that is my simple idea. g5, take the pawn on e4. What can black do here after something like this? I mean, I don't know if bishop d6 is correct. Is there any other moves after queen here? Is e3 the idea? Maybe e3 at some moment is the idea. Let's have a look. That's a really interesting idea. If I'm going to lose that pawn anyway, I'm going to try and lose it by creating some
So
structural damages.
how do I'm already wondering if I can take with the D pawn and play something like F4.
Why not?
Just come
Why
at
not?
you.
Yeah, let's have a look. So take here. I mean, even just taking the pawn here opens up the rook, so this might not be a great sacrifice, but F4 looks very tempting. And the point was, just to point out, bishop takes E3, I think I might be wrong, is losing to bishop takes A3. So, okay, maybe E3, but now the more I look at E3, the more I disbelieve
don't like
it.
it. Yeah.
No. And what else do you do though? You've got to. I think the emphasis is on Maxime here. It's an easier position to play for Ho Yifan because she's got a very simple plan, just taking the pawn on E4, and that is the way to do it. So okay, I think it's easier for Ho Yifan to play. We'll come back to this one. We can see actually time-wise that could be important. Position hard to play for black, only 13 moves, and he's only got 20 minutes left. I just hope he doesn't need to go to the toilet because he'll be in trouble. He will have to run quickly.
Yeah, I think there's a few games today that are shaping up for a nice for us time scramble. It's never nice for them, of course, but
I think some people love it though, don't they? I mean, some people get really
like David.
Like David, he gets a real rush, doesn't he, from time scramble. Grizchuk probably as well. A lot of people get, their adrenaline going when they get
Ivanchuk as well, although it didn't end very well for him at the London Candidates Tournament.
Yeah.
Right, let's move on, go to Mickey Adams, one of the people in the chat, who was very much wanting to see this game is Rohan 2403.
Okay, let's go on if I can find the game.
So Mickey Adams against Harika.
Well, a lot of moves have happened.
A lot has happened.
Should we go through the moves or should we just...
Very quickly.
Okay, so,
Very
this is one of those manoeuvring games which I think Mickey will be very happy. And Queen B8, typical, probably brilliant Mickey move there, which I don't understand on first glance and I never play in my life. Try to go B5, typical Mickey. D4, white takes the centre, but often this centre can become weak. Black playing with tactics, and we have an exchange of bishops. Harika take it on D6, so this pawn is weak. So I think Mickey's strategy here, actually, from this little sequence we had there.
We have a lot of isolated D-pawns today.
We do, yeah. We have a lot of pawns on D6, don't we?
Yeah.
A lot of weak pawns on D6. So Mickey here is clearly got a bad pawn structure. He's got double pawns, isolate pawns, but his piece activity is great. I mean, he's got all his pieces developed. White has this bishop stuck on C1, open B file. So it's a trade-off between these two things. Now, Harika plays knight B1, so she's also been following Hikaru. Let's move the knight back to the start square. Very logical move, though. Clever move because it's finding a better route. And Mickey gets rid of one of these pawn weaknesses, D5. And now the bishop takes up a good central square. We have an exchange. And now there is a threat of bishop takes F3, and if queen takes, the queen can come to E1. I mean, look at this. Look at white's pieces. The only developed white piece is this knight on F3. Every other piece is just having a little snooze there.
Yeah, I'm finding this position quite difficult to assess, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mickey's first glance doing quite well here. Bishop E3, rook C8, but maybe not, because now knight C3 is played. The
pieces come out so quickly that...
They do. They're just all of a sudden, white's pieces have entered the game.
But now A3.
Clever move, that one, because there's that's a really clever move.
White's structure there.
Because if you take that pawn or move the pawn, you lose a piece.
Yep.
And this is Mickey's idea, knight E5. Attacking the queen, there's no way to stop rook takes C3 next. So, yeah, queen E2 played. And now queen E5 with similar tactical ideas. You can't take here C3, and you've even got knight D4 lurking in the air, and
suddenly
again Mickey's on top. Yeah, I mean it's typical Mickey though. He plays his positions so well, and
it's unbelievable. I'm always amazed when I look at games from players like Mickey, amongst others. When we looked at the position 4 or 5 moves ago, or even 3 or 4 moves ago, I was like, oh, I really like white. And now he plays 2 or 3 moves, and I'm like, oh, I really like black.
Yeah, I don't know. It's actually typical Mickey, I find. I mean, he's one of the hardest people for me to understand his moves. I'm really don't guess his moves often, you know, but they're normally excellent and they're very well positionally founded. And you can see that he always uses little tactics as well, you know, to enforce his positional ideas. And this is a sign of a great player. I mean, Alekine, ex-world champion Alekine, used to do this often as well. I think Mickey's doing well. I think he's got very good pieces, very active play. I think he's slightly better. Can Harika hold? Quite possibly, but there's some serious problems here on the queen side. I mean, maybe something like rook b8 is a simple threat. Maybe I'm just winning a pawn. So Mickey, I think, will win. I think he'll win this one. Okay.
Okay, so back to the positional piece, masterpiece,
Masterpiece, I think, yeah.
Positional masterpiece of Wesley. So against Ellen Mary, how is Wesley getting on? Is he making any progress?
Well, let's have a look. So king f8, and now the bishop finds an even better square. Rook g7, king f7. Again, we said there's not much black can do. Rook b3. I'm just guessing there's no rush. You don't need to rush these positions. Maybe that rook can come to a3 in some times. And now Mary does something. b5. He's got to do something. You can't sit there and suffocate. And that's a good move, because if you take on b5, I'm assuming he will place c4, just winning a piece. So good move, b5, and now knight b2. Might also be a terrible move, I don't know. Because if that knight comes to c4, another piece is improved. This is just, actually, I mean, okay, he's tried to do something, but to be honest, a move like b5 is rather an artificial attempt at activity, because all your other pieces are in awful positions. The queen is an awful blockader of a pawn, and
that would be a very drastic measure.
That would be very drastic, but it would probably put him out of his misery. You know, maybe that'd be really funny if I was sitting here in this position against Wesley So. I might actually be tempted to go queen takes d5 just for the amusement value, just because I'm going to lose this game anyway. Because what you do, you at the moment, white is threatening to win the pawn here, and if you move this pawn anyway, let's say you take there. This knight now comes into a great square. It's absolutely horrible. Horrible. So,
I don't think Ellen Mary is having a great time there. And we see him, I like playing the spotter players. Ellen Mary is wearing a bright blue t-shirt.
He is, yeah.
It's hard to describe. He's sitting next to Diamante Daulite. But that won't help, you know.
Doesn't make any. We can see. Well, we can't actually see. We can see Wesley there, and Adam Mary is quite funny. He loves his pepperonis during the game. You can see there he comes fully stocked. It's like a soldier coming with a gun. You know, Mary comes with his pepperonis. And how many pepperonis has he got? He's got about 5 pepperonis lined up there to be devoured during the game. Wonder how many he's got through already. But he does love his pepperonis, and that's.
But I think today he might not even have time to eat them. Because
he always has time to have a pepperoni during the game. Always chew on a pepperoni.
Yeah. Okay, so let's leave Alan at it, but it's not looking very like a lot of fun, let's say. And let's come back to Wang Hao. Sorry, against Lucas van Foreest. I need to ask Leonard during the break again because I'm struggling. Okay, anyway, what happened here?
Well, the last position.
I see the rook on g4 as you suggested earlier.
She's done its swinger. So we had this here, queen here, and now the swinger. I mean, it's a very natural move, that rook coming over here somewhere. Knight d7, so will black get his pieces into the game in time? Well, rook g4, and that is a big old threat against that one. Knight to f6, bishop d2, oh my words. Queen h5, that is struggling, that queen. Rook g5, queen h6, now there's something
There
nasty.
must be something.
Something incredibly. What about, can I win the, I must be able to win the queen here. How do I win the queen, Fiona?
This is the kind of position where it's a good time to remind you we do not use an engine, because if we did, it would take us about 0.1 second.
To work out the answer, yeah. And you can use a computer at home, but I don't think we learn anything by using computers in analysis. And I think,
so let's try and find it.
Yeah, and I think too many people get hooked up on using computers. I mean, this is normally weaker players who are trying to improve. They just look at computers. They look at the number the computer says, and they say, "Oh, white's winning," but they have no idea why. You've got to ask yourself why. Why?
This sort of position, if I was playing white and I couldn't find something, it would drive me absolutely
mad. Absolutely, I totally agree. I mean, you might have time. I mean, obviously, some rook moves somewhere is very tempting. Now, my first idea here was to go something like rook f5. I'm just trying to trap the queen. Queen has to come to g6, and now knight h4.
I was looking at this too.
It's nearly trapped, but you have queen g4, don't you? And so then, this is the way my brain was working. It's just a bit of a worrying thing. I was thinking, well, let's swap the move order around. I couldn't get that to work immediately. So what if I go knight h4 first? But I've just noted maybe a big problem. I wanted to go knight f5, but I could end up really regretting that one. But my threat is to move the rook. I know I can't move the rook, so now you take on d2. Is knight h4 even threatening anything? Maybe it's not. So I don't know. Okay, so I don't know. Where is the move? Someone's recommended rook d5 in the chat. Now the problem with that move is pawn takes d5, counter blow, and you counter blow against the queen on c4. So actually you end up losing a rook there. Other moves, it is frustrating if you can't find a win here. Where is it? Has he moved yet? Has he made it easier for us?
He hasn't, no. So I suggest we let Wang Hao think about it, and we go back to the game of the day. I think we can call it that. Vidit against Benjamin Bock.
Okay.
And after that, we'll have a second quick break.
So, this was a crazy game. I mean, we're not going to go through it from the start, but it's well worth checking if you haven't seen it. And okay, I really don't know who's better. It's just tactics everywhere. Bishop e3, knight d7, and now rook g3. I was thinking about queen g4, but maybe the queen is needed sort of to cover some squares on the queen side. Bishop e4, so black doesn't want to give away this pawn without a fight. White now takes on c4. So you can see his idea is to stop this one from being a problem. Rook h5, wow, look at this, Benjamin giving up another pawn.
And Vidit, we just saw him on camera take on e6.
So bishop takes e6 check, and there's a knight on pre. It's getting more and more heated here. More and more heated. So bishop takes e6 check. Where does the king go? Well, I mean, I imagine you don't want to move it to f8. Let's put it in the corner, king h8. The massive, massive threat is this check here. So, but also this check here. Bishop, okay, it's gone to h7, similar kind of thing. I mean, that also makes sense. There's two big threats here. Bishop takes c3
and rook h1.
And rook h1. Can you defend against both these threats? We can go king d2, but that's a move that
I guess in the very worst case, I was going to say in the very worst case we can take on h5 and take on d7, but I'm not. That's not even true because there's still bishop c3 in the end.
Yeah. I mean, I thought you could try rook h3, but then maybe that's okay, or bishop h3. But I mean, you could. I mean, I'd want to get rid of that rook. That rook is very active, so this would be like my first instinct to do that. And now, okay, what's he played? He has gone rook h3, so he's played rook h3. I think he has to play this move, and now black's got to decide if something like bishop takes here is working. The more I look at this, the more I quite like black's position. But in actual fact,
Benjamin will have to hurry up because he's down to 14 minutes.
Sure.
So,
I mean, even here, Fiona,
okay,
you've got ideas to bring the knight into d3. I mean, there's so many ideas. It's really hard to work out which one to pick.
So after taking on c3, you just take, and after queen takes, go bishop d2.
I think so. Let's have a look at this. So this is the forcing line because everything is a check. And now, now bishop d2 would be the move I want to play.
Okay, queen e5 maybe?
Queen e5 indeed, yeah, but I've got this check here. Maybe this queen e5 is very strong actually, because there's a very nasty check with a bishop, isn't there? Somewhere, should be.
I think
f3 or so, yeah, f3 is the one, yeah. And you're threatening the bishop on d7, so something like bishop takes d7, well, that...
I'll take on h3, I think.
Take on h3.
h3.
Here?
Yep.
Yeah, or isn't bishop f3 check winning the queen as well?
Yeah, on the spot.
Maybe this one's just
picking
up the queen here.
Yeah, I thought there
I
was
think.
rook f3, but
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
why I
let's
wanted to take the rook first.
take the
but
rook
no,
first,
There's
yeah.
no need.
Yeah. Well, this forcing line is critical, so let's just check. So rook h3, it's black to play. Can he take this one? White has to take back, then you take here, check. Now it is white to play. Now,
Okay, so what if I just go away? If I go king...
king here.
Yep.
Really interesting game, this one. Really enjoying this game, actually. That's a better move. Better move there. That king is trying to get to some position of protection there. If you can get to g1, it looks quite safe, actually. I can't see a move here for black. I think actually, again, I mean, it's my assessment's
Maybe
going
you shouldn't give
backwards
up
and
the
forwards.
bishop. Probably you shouldn't give up the bishop.
No, probably not. I think the normal move would be to take on h3 first. Why do I want to do that? Because otherwise white's going to take my rook.
What if I take on g2 though? Why is that?
Well,
because then h5 is attack twice.
I think it's mate,
okay,
actually.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
could
okay.
show if you want. Just
No, that's fine.
okay. All right.
Yes. Well, you can point it out if you want.
Well, I think rook takes h3 is quite normal, isn't
Yeah.
it? And then I think you want to keep your pawns intact. So bishop
So
takes
bishop
h3,
takes.
and again black to move. What should black play here? Knight e5 is always a tempting move. So that's probably the move I'd want to play.
Mm.
And now just king f1 though. King f1, king g1 is always this little escape mechanism I've got. King f1.
Yeah.
Which
Right,
is-
I think we're going to leave Benjamin to it. It's down to under 12 minutes, so it's going to be really interesting to see what's happened here when we are back from a short break. So thank you very much for watching, for keeping us company in the chat, for your comments on Twitter, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Chess.com is about playing. At any moment, there are thousands of people from around the world playing on Chess.com. So whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you'll find a game quickly with someone at your level. You can play at any pace, from 1-minute bullet to 5-minute blitz to 60-minute games. Or you can play more relaxed games where you have several days to make your move. There are tournaments starting every few minutes, or you can play against our customizable coaching computer. Chess.com is for learning. Chess isn't just about playing, it's about getting better. Chess.com puts the best training tools at your fingertips. Sharpen your game with over 50,000 tactics puzzles. Improve your strategy with training videos by top grandmasters. Get instant feedback after your games with real-time computer analysis. Regardless of where you're at now, you can take your game to the next level. Chess.com is for sharing. Join the community where you can discuss chess ideas in the forums and follow the latest chess news. Or join a club with friends and play in a league against other clubs. You can find all this in your browser at home and at work, or on the go with your phone or tablet. Signing up is free and easy. So what are you waiting for? Enjoy your game.
What were the best moves and biggest blunders from Baku? Hikaru Nakamura tells us what it feels like to be a gold medal winner. And the biggest news of the year, it's Nakamura versus Carlsen on October 27th. Live from the 2016 Chess.com meetup.
This is Chess Center!
And we're here with Olympic gold medalist Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, fresh back from his trip in Baku. And as I understand it, in your last round you were deathly sick. Captain John Donaldson was going to drag you out of bed. Is that as sick as you've played a chess game before?
No, I wouldn't say that's the sickest I've been. Strangely, it seems that the past few Olympiads I always seem to get pretty sick at the end, and unfortunately it's ruined a couple of the events. I've lost a game towards the end, but nevertheless, I mean, had I rested in the final round, I think it would have put a lot more pressure on our bottom boards. And the strength of the U.S. team really was having a third Grandmaster who was about 2,800. And whether that was me, whether it's Wesley or Fabiano, I think that's fairly irrelevant. But basically, you have to be pushing the strength down as far down as you can on the board. So I think it was important that I played the last round.
You got through it with a draw, and now earlier in the tournament, round 7 against Serbia, you had this knight takes g6 move against Grandmaster Marcus. Was that your move of the tournament, or am I overlooking something?
In my tournament, yeah, I think that was the best move that I played. So it was a very nice way to finish off the game, win a quick game in the 5th round, and then just relax.
Years ago, you told me you wanted to win a gold medal with Gadakomsky on the team. Bittersweet at all that you got your gold, but without him?
I wouldn't say it was bittersweet. Certainly it was nice. I think for me, probably the one thing that's strange is that it was the first time I played an Olympiad without Gada or Alex. And so really, in a way, I feel like I'm the last pair left. I guess my journey in the Olympiad started in 2006, and so it was Gada, Alex. I think Var played that time, I'm not sure. But also John was captain, so kind of it's like John and I are the last kind of remnants from the past generation or from past Olympiads. So it was quite nice at least to win a gold medal, and at least someone was around from when I first played in 2006.
There you have it. He has 2 bronzes, now a gold in his resume. He's now the senior statesman on the team, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura.
Robert, for our move of the week, we're going to take a look back to the Olympiad, where so many great games were played in Baku, but perhaps no one playing more consistent chess than the Georgian #1. And now, I'm not a religious man, but I do study the book of Jobava. Show everybody how Bador giveth the bishop, but taketh away the protection of black's kingside against Ruslan Ponomarev.
Yeah, Danny, here Ponomarev must have thought his position was safe, but not so fast. Bishop to h6, blasting open the black kingside. After pawn takes h6, queen went over and took on h6, and here Ponomarev tried to get some initiatives with rook takes c3, but after queen g5 check, king f8, queen takes f6, the attack continued. Black tried rook takes d3 and actually resigned after pawn takes d3. The reason being that a protective move like rook to e8 does not work out. The simple rook to e1 actually does the trick, threatening rook takes e6. And if black goes rook takes e7, now queen h8 delivers checkmate.
Lots of tactics there, but don't be frustrated, home fans. The point is, a beautiful attack is finished off nicely, and Jobava takes our move of the week.
Hey, Rafa. Have you seen my medal?
What are you talking about?
Peter Dockers was on site in Baku covering the Olympiad. He's here now to give us the big stories on how things wrapped up.
Absolutely, Danny. Well, for the very first time in 40 years, it was the USA who won the gold medal in Baku. They edged out Ukraine on tiebreak, with both finishing on 20 match points. Never seen before, actually, at an Olympiad. And it was a top seeds Russia. Again, not winning gold, not silver. They ended up winning bronze.
But it was an exciting finish, including the tiebreak controversy. Now, let's move on to things and how things broke down in the women's division.
Yeah, also there, Russia had a disappointing result. They didn't even win any medal there. In the last round, they played against China, who are already 2 points ahead. And China won that thrilling final clash to win the gold medals. And, well, Poland was the team in the women's that got silver and bronze.
Hey, you guys, have you seen my gold medal?
No.
All right.
No. And speaking of Hikaru Nakamura, ladies and gentlemen, this week, the big announcement that he will be playing Magnus Carlsen in the finals of the Grandmaster Blitz Battle Championship. Tell everybody when that will be.
Well, 27 October, so mark your calendars. It will be 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central European Time on 27 October. It's going to be on chess.com/TV and Twitch. And I am definitely one of many chess fans going to watch that.
The world will be watching. We'll be there trying to keep up with those two speed demons in what is arguably the biggest chess event for 2016. As awkward as it sounds, Robert, everyone loves a good self-mate. Show the people how Blagojevich blundered his way onto Chess Center this week.
Well, Blagojevich clearly does not watch Game of Thrones, because if he did, he would have learned from Stannis Baratheon. He should have retreated his king, which would have led to equality. Instead, he marched his king forward to h6 and actually resigned after the move queen h1 check, because it's a forced checkmate after king g5, queen h5 check, king to f4, and now queen f5 is made on the board.
Gotta love the smell of blunders in the morning.
Hey Robert, have you seen my medal view since my interview with Mike?
Hey, Karu. I think I saw Danny with it at the beach.
That's weird.
Hello and welcome back to round 3 of the Isle of Man International Chess Tournament, sponsored by chess.com and the Scheinberg family. A lot is going on today, Simon.
Loads of stuff going on. It's another great day, and after today we're only a third through the tournament, really. Yep. So great stuff. And I think we should go back to board 1, don't you? Because that's getting very interesting. And
let's go back to board 1, and after that we'll go back to the American player Kira against Granda, but let's first check in with Fabiano and Niels.
So we looked at this position before, and it was looking very murky, very complicated, very messy. So anything can happen. Knight to e5 was played here, and you were actually right here. That the threat of bishop takes g5 was met by h4, and I assumed here that black should be doing quite well. I mean, my first instinct in this position was to play bishop to g4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure why this wasn't played. Was Grandibus actually worried about white winning a pawn? I don't think so, because there's a bishop d6 at the end. For example, if white grabs this pawn on e5, then a move like bishop d6, well, this is really worrying with that bishop floating into g3 here. So I'm just a bit interested to know why not bishop g4 here, Fiona. Am I missing anything? Just as I want to put my bishop here, it's a good active square and it stops white from putting the king this way. Is the king going to go kingside?
No, I don't think. I mean, I think it's a good move, but also if your plan is to stop the king from going to the queen side, then knight f3, which was played, also stops that.
But it loses the tempo because the knight just came back. I mean, if you can, because in the game it went knight to f3 check, king f2, knight to e5. So I've stopped the king from castling, but why then, if I want to do that, don't I go bishop g4 straight away? I develop a piece.
Yeah, but maybe I'm also happy to bring the king to f2 at the cost of a tempo. Well, I guess that was his thinking. There must have been some thinking, surely.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just wondering what white would have played here. I mean, was it castling kingside then? Was that the worrying move? Okay, well in the game it went knight to f3 check, king f2, knight to e5, so the knight does sort of jump back there. And now rook d1 and bishop g4. So you can see if he'd have played bishop g4, if there was a reason, if he could have got away with that, he'd have saved a couple of tempo. But okay, and now
things are heating up.
Queen takes b7. That's a move I wouldn't consider. Just taking that pawn, giving up the exchange possibly.
Yeah.
So
let's have a look at bishop d1.
Bishop takes d1, And what is white's idea here? Is it simply to take the bishop back, or is it some knight d5 maneuver? Or is there something else that could be going on here? So again, incredibly complex position.
What's the time situation? Half an hour for Niels, 15 minutes for Fabiano. I guess he has to take. I mean, if you don't, or what do you think?
Well, I guess.
No, I mean, black, I think, has to take on d1.
I think taking on d1 looks very natural here.
And what about bishop?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to work out. So bishop takes e5 is a move, but then I'm just going to go pawn takes e5. And I've got this bishop c5 check now, so I'm not entirely sure about that one. Is that working? Like rook takes d1, and now bishop c5 check, king somewhere, maybe g3. I'm trying to find the right square. And now where does the black queen go? I mean, just queen a5? Is that bishop? Bishop d4 or something like this? I don't know. I'm just wondering why what are we missing? Why queen takes b7? Because queen takes b7, bishop takes d1, and what is the idea here? So, was it in that last position? Okay, to just pressurize the f7 square. Okay, that might be it. This bishop is an incredibly strong piece. So, after the queen moves somewhere, if it goes to e7, then rook d7.
But I need to hit your queen, I guess. I go to c8 or b8.
Okay, so try to exchange the queens
c8,
off.
yeah.
And otherwise, rook to f1 or rook to d7 was coming. So this one could be a better way to play it, indeed. Maybe just queen d5 here. Let's go queen d5. I don't want to exchange queens, but I don't know. This doesn't look 100% convincing to me, you know. Yeah. So
yeah,
not 100%.
I'm curious what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
I wonder what Niels is thinking about. Is there any option besides taking on d1?
Well, you got rook b8. Maybe he's thinking, is it worth me playing rook b8 first? Should I flick this move in? Does that help me? Does it not help me? Because obviously that is a tempting possibility. Is that Hikaru's girlfriend just behind?
I was just going to say that's Hikaru's
not the man standing there, I meant.
Fiancé, who was just checking out his game there.
Okay, and that's of course Elizabeth. So.
Okay, so let's leave them at it for now, and let's go back to the game between Kira and Granda, an interesting game we were looking at earlier.
Right, where are we with this one? So
just 2 down, yep.
Okay. And
so this was the game where White sacrificed an exchange.
Yeah, so I think White's playing this in a good fashion against someone who's basically a very good maneuverer. And queen takes c3, queen b1. I mean, the only thing I didn't quite understand here was why White put the knight on f3 and not on f5. But he did go queen b1. And there's still danger here, because this king is never going to be secure. And if it castles queenside here, then a move like, let's say, for example, queen b6 is a very simple way to keep the attack going. The rook comes to b1. Maybe you've got a bishop popping its way out to h3, so it's not entirely secure there. So black has found quite a drastic and interesting way to stop that queen entering into the position. It's gone b5. So white has to take on b5, pawn takes b5, and now you eliminate that strong pawn on g7. That's why I wanted my knight on f5, because it's such a strong pawn.
But as you pointed out, maybe queen e5? Maybe
queen
that
f6,
was
yeah.
a queen f6, maybe was a problem.
Maybe. But now white goes to put the knight on f5 anyway. King f8, b6, okay, using that pawn. Rook b8, knight f5.
The knight's finally getting to f5.
It's got there, it's just taken a long time to get there. It went around the angle, f3, h4, f5, rather than going there straight away. Lost about 5 tempo. Rook g6, and the one major hope here for white is that b pawn. So
yeah, I think you have to. You can't afford to lose the b pawn. The question is, can you save it? Because
yeah.
What if I simply play a move like queen? That was played. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So just grabbing the pawn.
Yeah.
I was wondering about queen b4.
Trying to exchange queens. Yeah, makes a lot. Maybe if queen b4 at some stage, we could say rook e1, queen b4. There's this rather annoying queen a1, and one thing you don't want to do is allow that queen
a good point.
to get on that diagonal, popping into h8. So rook e1 probably going to be played. Remember, black is seriously up a lot of material here. So, you know, talking just along those lines, it's going to be black who wins. But I don't know. Can white generate enough play? This knight is very. He's got a couple of pluses. He's got the knight. He's got the pawn. The black king is missing a bit of protection.
I think I still like black here.
I think so. He's got to be careful, hasn't he?
He's got to be careful.
It's quite a greedy move. Bishop takes e2. I actually have to say, because you're basically saying I'm not in fear of anything. You know, I'm just going to take another pawn. I don't think you're actually doing anything. This rook here is actually really well placed. So just, you know, very weird positioning of a rook, but it's great because I'd love to play something with queen b6 at some stage, but I can't play knight d6, so it's a great defensive piece. I think we were talking about the fianchetto rook yesterday, weren't we? But this is nearly
in this position,
yeah.
Okay, so let's also leave that game and let's go to Hu Yifan on board 3 against Maxim Rothstein.
Okay, so we're bringing this one up, and this was very interesting. Well, I wasn't sure what was happening myself. We had the last position e4. The queen went to h3 just to stop any bishop d6s. And now, okay, this is just a sensible move rather than going for any heroics h6 because g5 was the plan. d3, and now black takes on d3. Who would you go for in this position? I kind of now it's clarified a bit like Ho Yifang's position. It's like Benoni. But white's got this excellent bishop, and that really is a powerhouse of a piece. It defends the king and it attacks the queen side, and also chances to attack with g5. And queen d7 played, knight c2. So okay, black's grabbed the pawn, knight takes g4, maybe no way really well to defend that pawn. Queen g3, and this sets up ideas of bishop takes h6 after h3, kicking that knight away. Bishop d6, bishop f4, so no more bishop takes h6. So it is a pawn.
I like on camera how focused the players are.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's interesting people's different stances when they think. We talked about screwers yesterday, and what was the other one?
Bangers.
Bangers and screwers. The way they move the pieces, obviously. And you can also see the way people actually think about their moves. Yeah, I mean, Magnus Carlsen, what's he do? He normally has his head in his hands, I think. And Ho Yifang, very concentrated. Other people like Shirov prefer to look at the ceiling, and that's the same with Ivanchuk as well. When they're analysing lines, they don't want to look at the board. They prefer to keep the information in their head.
There's a funny echo coming from you when you talk into the bottom.
Hello. Okay, sorry, just to really... Hello, my name is... No, okay. I'll put that board away quickly. Okay.
Not quick enough.
Not quick enough. Split second too slow. So
okay, back to the position. So let's just update. So queen f4.
Rook d8, and now rook b6.
The position on the board.
It's a bind. This is a typical... bind. Yeah, maybe Ho Yifang could hear that.
Yeah, who's just having an angry look at the camera.
Yeah, she's like, stop it, Simon. Stop that echo. I'm trying to concentrate here, can't you see? Well, I mean, for the pawn, it's great. It's great compensation, and I think actually Maxime could be in a lot of trouble because I'm trying to find a move. I'm trying to find a move for black. I can't see one.
Again, Maxime, another player who's getting rather short on time today.
Yeah. Yes, is that 12 minutes or 2 minutes?
12 minutes.
Knight to f6, and well, I guess something like rook b1 here looks natural. It's a pawn, great compensation for the pawn. You can't really move your knight on b8 because of this power bishop taken there.
Rook b7 might be coming, infiltrating the 7th rank.
And the only piece not really doing anything is this knight. But
the knight is keeping an eye on d4.
It is,
making sure you don't move your queen or your rook. So I also like this for white, I have to say.
Isn't there just an immediate problem if rook b1? The immediate problem is I'm threatening rook takes knight, winning a piece, and Ho Yifang's played rook b1. If you move the knight, well, I go bishop takes c6, and this wins the exchange. I don't know if there's any way black can get compensation. I doubt it. So how does black even try to save this position. How does black save this position? I don't know. I think it's a win for Hou Yifang. Let's move on, shall we? I'll go for a win for Hou Yifang. Okay.
I agree. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to a game that was requested quite a few times in the chat earlier on, and that's the game between Peter Leko and Jan Christian Schröder.
And Peter Leko, it's his first Open in over 20 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So let's just have a look at the current position. Materials equal. Is Jan Christian going to hold another Super GM, or even possibly even more than hold? At first glance, I like white, I have to say. He does have more space, and the bishop isn't doing very much at the moment, but if you bring it around to g2 or maybe to h3 if you can. Or what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm also trying to think what black can do. I mean, it's always when you try to assess a position, I think it's always like what are the plans?
Oh, also look at the time situation.
5 minutes left for Leko. 5 minutes, and that is a serious problem. I think I mean, it seems like white has more ideas he can try, because black is kind of lagging in ideas. And if I was white, I'd even try to put my queen on this very nice central square before I do anything. Put it on d4. I might try to arrange the f5 break at some stage. That's a great way to start an attack. You know, it's quite hard for me to play the move I really want to play. The move I really want to play is c5. You know, this is the kind of typical move in this position: c5, c6, create a passed pawn, because d5 is always a problem. But I've got a lot of flexibility in white. I've got a lot of time to maneuver. I can improve my position, and I don't think black has the same possibility. So this could be an upset, and this young German guy is playing extremely well, isn't he, at the moment? So he's going to be a tough challenge, Peter Leko here, and it's kind of a baptism of fire, isn't it?
Down to 4 minutes now, and he still has to play 12 moves.
That's a lot of moves to play, yeah.
Wait, what's going on?
It's 12 moves left, I think, to play.
So
well, Queen D2,
Queen
we
D2
have
was played.
This was played, so the Queen is coming to the central D4 square. And in actual fact, this position could be really bad for Peter. Not just bad, but really bad. Because if that Queen gets to D4, I don't think you've got many moves you can play. And I've got a very simple plan. I mean, let's say you go Rook C8, I go Queen D4. I've just seen a very simple plan. It's something like Rook F1, F5, and I open things up to this knight, and that knight is in a dreadful pin.
Yeah, I completely take back what I said a second ago about can he hold another Super GM. I think Jan Christian is not playing to hold here at all.
No, I think he's playing to win, and this could be again a major upset. What was that? What came out of my mouth there?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Upset of the day. And okay, another game we haven't looked at. We'll just dive into this. We got a player from Paraguay playing here, which is
a very strong player.
Yep.
Axel Bachmann, who has the black pieces against Liu Yiping from China. So let's see what's going on there. So from now, we're just going to go straight to the current positions because there is too much going on. We're nearing the time control very quickly. So let's dive right in. White is a pawn up, but what is happening?
I mean, again, just look at the pieces here, and you can see black has this fantastic activity. And a bit like the Hou Yifang game, it could be to do with the light square bishop. This light square bishop hasn't got a counterpart to really try to face off against it, because there's no bishop on g2. And apparently the player of the white pieces is obviously from China. He's a good friend of Wang Ho. Is that right? And they came together. I think we caught them in a restaurant the other day.
We did.
They were having some
pizza.
Pizza, yes. Can't go wrong with pizza, can you?
Exactly.
And I think this is horrible for whites. There's a major problem here. Is it just lost? I mean, it's white to play. No, it's black to play as well. Wow. He's gone Queen D3. If there's not an immediate win here, I'd be surprised. So, where's the immediate win?
Where is the win, yeah.
I mean, bishop takes F3. White's relying on some Queen D7 tricks.
I really don't want to give up that bishop yet,
No.
unless it forces it wins on the spot.
Yeah. I agree with you there.
I was wondering if I can if I have time to play Queen H3, threatening Knight E5, stuff like that.
I thought exactly the same thing. Exactly. I actually once fell for a trick like this. I remember watching actually an amazing game, and it was when the time limit was what do we call it? Not increment. So, and it was a massive time scramble between two grandmasters, and it went something like Queen H3. And white was completely lost. He had no way to stop checkmate, so he thought he'd try a deadly trick, but black had about 2 seconds left. And I remember he tried a deadly trick. He banged out this move really quickly, banged the clock, so his opponent was like, and his opponent automatically went king takes queen, falling for a knight G5 check when he could have just gone queen takes queen, winning the game. So that was quite a funny little time.
Probably not going to happen today.
No, probably not. No, I'll be surprised. But where is the win? I mean, I just feel there should be. I mean, a simple move here like knight takes c5 can't be bad, can it? I mean, let's win a pawn back. I'm not a pawn down, and attack your queen. That's probably a way to do it.
One way, yeah. And so I still don't really see what after Queen H3. I mean, there must be something, but
after Queen H3 here.
Yeah.
Okay, so Queen H3 here, threatening this knight E5 move.
Maybe Rook F2. I'm not sure.
I was thinking, do you know what I was thinking of for a very brief second?
Move the knight away.
Yeah, move it to G5.
Yeah,
I thought, that's
I thought of it too.
Oh, did you? I was wondering how many checkmates that falls into. There could have been more than one there. So, okay.
Maybe Rook F2.
Rook F2.
Or Queen E2.
Or Queen E3, maybe. Dart squares.
Yeah. Okay, let's. But we like black, and there must be something. Let's go back to Alan Mary, who we are told is not so merry anymore.
Not Mary Alan Mary. So there we go. That's quite a nice name, Mary, isn't it? Where are you, Mary? Well, he hasn't really been merry for the whole game, unfortunately.
Against Wesley So. I mean, Wesley So is a tough opponent.
He's pretty good, isn't he? He knows how to move the pieces occasionally, and. We had this position where Mary's just been in a bind for the whole game. Well, I do feel a bit sorry for Mary because he's going to run out of pepperoni soon. No, I feel sorry for him because he hasn't really gotten the game. You know, he's played.
Look at Wesley's chair.
Wesley's chair.
He's just turned it around.
Oh, really?
By 90 degrees. So what do you call the chair? Back?
Back to front, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's what bad boys used to do at school.
Yeah.
You know, used to turn the chair around, thought they were really cool by sitting on it in the back to front way. Do you think Wesley was a bit of a bad boy at school? I don't think so.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. And Cheeroff again, looking up and calculating away.
Looks like
from
a bit
the board.
of a dreamer sometimes.
Yeah. Again, he's just thinking of Kramnik.
Ah,
the first song of the day. Are you going to sing for me, Fiona?
No.
Sing. Ah.
Is that Ozzy Osbourne or? No.
I've no idea. Maybe. Yeah, probably.
Anyway, we're drifting. So let's see what happened here.
So, knight b6, a4, a lot of pressure here, b4, a5, and oh dear, it just gets worse. The knight has to go back. It's pure torture, this position. Knight d3, a pawn's going to go at some stage. Black just doesn't have any moves. Queen c7, and now Queen e3, and this is just tragic for Mary, I'm afraid. I mean, it's a pity because I'm sure if Mary got in the game with a decent opening, he could do something against Wesley So, but it's one of those ones where he hasn't got in the game.
Yeah, exactly. It is tricky when, as you say, if you never get
going, really.
Yeah.
Just don't get going.
He did just play a move. What did he play? He took on c3.
So take on c3, and it's now Wesley to play, and he's probably just going to break through somehow here. I mean, you could just take the rook off and go queen takes c5, can't you? Has he gone for that? Maybe there's something stronger. Let's see what he's gone.
I think he's taken on d7 actually.
He's taken on d7 first. This is yeah. I mean, this is a great positional move because you get rid of that knight.
I'm not totally sure, but I think so.
One of the things I really like about this, and this is a manoeuvre that I think everyone should take away. And I'm just going to quickly show this manoeuvre. On move 14, look at this bishop here, the light square bishop. It's stuck behind these pawns, and it's actually a really bad piece here because it can't escape. And very nice manoeuvre that you should all remember with the same pawn structure is bishop c2, and eventually this bishop pops out to a4, and then it finds itself, as we see in the current position.
I think Wesley has just won a piece. Maybe we should go back to the...
Okay. So B takes C3, and that bishop is just playing the killer role, and now exchange itself off.
I think we're going to see resignation
Rook to
here.
B3. Ah, bishop E6. Ah, that's a nice touch. Nice touch. Shall we see? Did he manage to have his pepperoni though? That's the most important question. Did he get through a pepperoni? I think that's game over. He's winning a piece. And okay, well, let's have a look. Bishop takes bishop check, and we're going to see pawn takes bishop check. It's probably time to resign here, I'd imagine. He's playing on. Does he know? Does he know he's playing Wesley So?
I'm wondering.
And you know,
I guess Wesley can even. No, he can't throw in knight c5. That's a bit too much. But okay, he will just take.
He could do. This is quite nice.
Yeah, but
queen takes, queen takes, rook takes b1, and queen d5 checkmate. There.
Oh, that's nice.
So you might see the game finishing like that. I mean,
and I think he's.
Has he gone there, or has he done something simple? I mean, he's
just taken on b3.
Why not just take on b3?
Yeah.
You're going to take this pawn anyway.
Yeah. I think we should really see resignation here.
I mean, it'd be nice to actually wait just a second or two to see if we see a resignation, maybe. I mean, I'd quite like to see him shake hands, definitely, yeah. I mean, he should resign, definitely. He's a piece down against one of the best players in the world. And
just for your information out there, and for your information, Simon, our good friend David Howell made a draw against Movsesian, a rather uneventful draw, we're told. It didn't seem... When we looked at it, didn't seem to be heading towards most exciting game of the tournament prize.
No. Is there a most exciting game of the tournament prize? There should be, don't you think?
Should be, but
not even best game prize. There should be most exciting game. You know, just give it to anyone who plays something crazy. Where's he? Hang on a minute, this is really odd.
No, he's just leaned back there. I also just leaning back. I think we're going to have to move on because he seems to be playing on. I think he just played f5.
Wow. I mean, I think that's it. I think he should resign. You know, I think
yeah, but okay, there's no point for us to discuss this and wait for resignation. It's not going to be long, but we don't have time to wait because there's so much going on. So, what's happened here? We've moved on to the game Peak against Vishnu, or rather Simon moved on without telling anyone.
Well, I was waiting for you to stop talking and then we got it there. So here we are, Peak versus Vishnu. And this was a draw through some kind of mistake, I think, wasn't it? From, this is Dutch player, is it Peak versus Indian player Vishnu? And the move A3, apparently, just looking at the position here, so we can dive in. And Black is a pawn up and should be doing well, but the move A3 allowed a crafty little draw here from White. That A pawn very strong, and the way this game was drawn, quite a nice perpetual, was knight D5, queen takes B5, and now queen E5. In actual fact, I mean, if anyone's got the better of this draw, it should be White. Again, we see the combination of knight and queen working together. Bishop D7. And is there no more than a draw here? I mean, I'd still be looking for a way to try to win this if I was White, actually. Knight F6 check. Okay, well, they took a draw. No, and he's 200 points lower rated, so
but also,
that's a nice little
Black, instead of A3, should have played Bishop D7, we're being told.
So let's go back there. And Bishop D7, I'm assuming then would stop this idea. And if Knight D5, the main point is you have queen to D6, and you couldn't do this in the last variation because there was a knight E7 check winning that bishop, so that's the little point there.
Okay, shall we go back to the top board, maybe?
Yeah, let's go and have a look at it. We haven't looked at Hikaru's game as well. Vidit as
Vidit,
well, a lot of interesting games.
Yeah.
Maybe top board and then Nakamura and then Vidit, I would say. So let's go and find this one. We won't have a look at David's game because it was a rather uneventful draw by the sounds of things. And again, we've got Adams to look at. I mean, one of the top English players we haven't even covered, but Caruana here is, well, it's just a very interesting game. Queen takes B7 was played, sacrificing the exchange here, and Rook B8 from Niels. White takes another pawn, so he's got a number of pawns now. Rook B6, so Niels chasing that queen around. Queen A5, and it's now Niels to play. And I guess I'm quite surprised he put his rook on this square because you're kind of asking for a knight D5 now. Yeah. So definitely.
I don't understand
Yes.
what is going on.
I mean, it's a strange place to put it. I mean, you've got to take this rook at some point. Otherwise, you're just going to be like 2 pawns down. So I think you have to take the rook. So let's say you take the rook. Maybe white now just simply takes back. You've got 2 pawns to the exchange, and that's normally a really good transaction, having 2 pawns to the exchange, the A pawn and the B pawn. But I think the most powerful piece here, this bishop here.
Yeah, and the knight,
And the
once
knight.
it gets to d5, is going to cause a lot of trouble.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not sure what Niels did there.
What's his time situation? Because he's always seems to be short time. But
He's 16 minutes.
okay. And, well, Cariano only has 8 minutes. So this game, again, I think it's move 22. The time scramble is going to be fascinating here. So let's jump back to that one and now go over to what was our game of the day, because it was a crazy opening between 2 very good friends, and this was Vidit versus Bok. And in this game, we had many complications going on, but the current position we had was after rook h3, and now it was starting to look like Vidit was doing well here in a very complex game because his king was reaching the g1 square. And bishop takes c3 check was played. B takes c3, and okay, well, Benjamin decided to grab this pawn back, but of course king f1. And we've now heard that Adam Merry did resign, so okay, that's all right. I'll let him off because he obviously didn't play on forever.
And we just saw another handshake there between Elianov. I think Elianov probably won against Gagare.
Right.
Is that so? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Elianov won there in the background next to Harika and Adams, another game we're going to go back to.
Always well dressed, Elianov, isn't he? And Mickey Adams.
Yeah.
I kind of find like the better players seem to dress well. They always put a suit or a jacket on. Do you think that's why they're better players? Because they're magical suits?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
But I know Nigel Short once said that he always puts on a suit, well, often dresses extremely well for his game, and he does this because it makes him play better. It does make him play better. He feels better when he's in a suit. So you've got to feel comfortable, obviously, when you play. And, okay, just catching up with this game, knight to f6, rook c1. It seems now that pieces have been exchanged. This d pawn is potentially a winner. Queen e5, d7. And it's a real problem. d8 is a threat. Rook d8 stops that. We have more moves here. Rook takes h5 check. Pawn takes, and now a nice solid square for the bishop. Bishop h3, and I with the c pawn potentially dropping, and this d pawn is just 1 square away.
Yeah.
I think this has been a very good game from Vidit, but a very complicated game.
Okay, we need to switch games right away and go to Wang Hao. I'm not sure what's happening, but we are going to find out in a second. Wang Hao against Lucas van Forest.
say that again.
No, I can't do it again. Okay, let's go back 1 move. What just happened there? Knight h4 and rook f2. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, we could pick it up, couldn't we, from where we were? Because we were actually looking how we thought white should be winning in this position. We were just thinking he's got to have a win here. He's got to be able to move this rook somewhere, but we couldn't see it. So very quickly, queen c6, queen c2, rook d8, h3. Very strange position.
So there was nothing on the spot, at least.
No.
There was nothing we didn't see, which is good news. So let's go on.
Rook f5, so hitting the queen. And the point is now, he has kind of trapped this queen now, hasn't he? Because look, he's trapped the queen because if queen g6, which is the only square it looks like it can move to, knight to h4. There goes the queen. So rook to e2 played, and this is what black's relying on, counter tactics. King to f1. A lot of black pieces hanging here. Hanging pieces means lost pieces. Rook to e8, holding that rook. Queen d1, so renewing the threat of this. Queen g6, knight h4. And now we had this move. Rook takes f2 check. I mean, another option here would have been this move, maybe.
Why? Why? What do you do after?
After this one? Okay, well, I guess you take back here.
Yep.
And now knight to e4 is my idea, to try and take that with the knight, obviously. And I don't know, this is quite weird. Is this so bad for black if he'd have played this? It might be, I don't know. But actually white's pieces now are all a bit disjointed. A little bit disjointed. So.
Okay, but let's have a look at this rook f2 move, which I can't quite understand yet.
I mean, I think the idea of rook f2 is just to get the queen to g3, isn't it? I imagine 2 pawns for the piece. So you probably, as white, well, okay, the game has continued. Rook takes f2. Rook takes f2, because if you don't take with the rook, there's a queen g3 check. And now queen d3 check, rook e2, and now it is black to move. Black is a rook down, but he's kind of opened up this king a bit. Is it enough? Is it enough?
I doubt it will be enough.
That's it.
So let's go from one brother to the other. Let's go to Jordan, who apparently is holding his own. We'd sort of written him off earlier, but I think we might have overestimated Nakamura's position. So let's go to board 2 and see what happened.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked at it last time, we had this position on the board, and we kind of assumed that white's just a pawn up. It looks like a pawn here. He's got an extra e-pawn, and an extra pawn for someone like Hikaru should be in the game, really. He's now, I mean, bishop f3 was the move we were considering, mainly because the bishop is a very good square for that piece. Bishop g4 being played, okay, rook c7, rook d2. Moves are becoming a little bit strange to me. I mean, why did the rook go to that square? I don't understand that move. And I don't also really understand why Hikaru put the bishop here and not on f3, which looks natural, but okay, you see Hikaru,
okay,
so
let's just go through the moves. Again, we are fast approaching the time control, so...
It's bishop f1 and now b5. And yeah, the compensation here is this knight on c3. This is not so easy.
And someone in the chat, Biberman, is asking, are these brothers? Yes, so Jordan is the brother of Lucas, who has the black pieces against Wang Hao.
And okay, so we will just go to the current position then. And the current position is this position we are going to get with Hikaru as white here. And Hikaru is 1 pawn up.
But we have opposite colored bishops on the board.
Yeah.
And of course this game is going to go on for a very long time, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think Jordan now has his chances are now a lot better than they were an hour ago.
Yeah, it's still going to be quite painful to try to hold this, or is it? I mean, if he just sits there and doesn't, well, the problem is this.
You need to be careful about f7.
Yeah, always.
f7 is going to be a pain to defend.
Yeah. And I think with this e-pawn, this is a normal way you try to win this. Go f4, go e5 with your pawns. Try to force this queen away, and at some point you open up lines towards the black king. Yeah. I certainly don't think this is an easy draw. It's not an easy draw. Very, very tough.
Should we have a first £1 bet?
If you want to, yeah, maybe.
Because I think you fancy Hikaru from what you've just been saying. I would put £1 on Jordan to hold.
Okay, I'll go for it. Yeah, we'll go for it. So, okay. I'll say that Hikaru will win, but probably should be a draw in all necessity. But he can play on for a bit.
Did I just bully you into that bet? Are you trying to say?
You wouldn't bully me into a bet. But yeah, okay.
Okay, so.
Let's do it. So.
Good. Let's go back. Where should we? I wanted to go back to board 1, see if there are any developments. Maybe Vidit also next.
Yeah, it looked like Vidit was quite cruising there, didn't it?
I think Vidit might be over fairly soon because Benjamin was down to 3 minutes. But let's first go to Fabiano Caruana against Niels Guandelius. Niels had a time advantage for most of the game, but he's now almost caught up with Fabiano. So let's go back. We left after queen a5. So Niels took on d1, rook takes, knight c6, and now queen d5.
Okay, so knight c6 is an interesting idea to move this knight away from its strong square. Queen d5, and now we have another move here. Just trying to see what the move was. Queen c8, and
player is now playing fairly quickly.
Both players have to, really. I mean, they're getting under the 10-minute mark. Obviously, the idea of this queen move is to bring it in to some juicy square like that. So rook, king to g3 stops that one, and it's now black to play. And I think Caruana. Sorry, in trouble there, wasn't I? Caruana is.
Maybe we should have a rule that you give me £1 every time you.
No, you'll be rich by the end of the tournament. Every time I make a mispronunciation, maybe like £100 a day.
Be a millionaire by the end of the week.
You'd be doing very well. I think White's got control of all the squares here. I mean, White's controlling the board.
I think White is now seriously better. He will just need to take care of his king. But
yeah, and I can't see an obvious way for Black to generate here. Black needs to generate some play. I mean, maybe we'll have a look at one move here. I think that knight did come from this square, but can it go back to that square? Because I really, I've got to get this queen in.
Yep.
Got to get my queen. If I get my queen to g4, it's party time. So
what do you do if I just take off your knight?
I was hoping if you take this one off and do something like this, I might have some idea. Bishop d8, bishop c7, unless there's something stronger here.
Niels just played h5, which also looks quite interesting.
We'll go straight to the game.
The same idea, bringing the queen to g4.
So instead of knight e5, h5, trying to get that one in, and that is interesting. It's really murky. I mean, here, I think you have to take on Passon. So what's Niels' idea? You take on Passon, you win a pawn in the position. So obviously, I'm sure he knows about the en passant rule, doesn't he? I think. Is that right?
I guess so. I was terrified. My first World Youth Championship under 12, I was just 11 years old, and I had the possibility of taking en passant, but I wasn't sure. And I spent a lot of time on the move, mostly just thinking, is that how it works? Not, is that the move I want to play? Yeah. And I did it, but I was really scared. She would just tell me, what the hell are you doing? This is not a legal move. Yeah. So anyway, I think Niels knows about en passant. I think so does Fabiano.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what's the idea. He's given up another pawn,
and
it's a very interesting position. So it is the board one encounter. What's the idea here? What is the idea? Why is he? I mean, Fabiano's probably going to take that. There must be something here. I mean, is it knight e5 now? Is he just trying to give his king a square? You also have to be careful of the queen getting to g7 now. Okay, well, I mean, we're told to go to Vidit, so let's go straight over there to Vidit and have a look at that interesting game. And we'll go straight there, things falling apart. And okay, it's quite funny, we're talking about rules. There was the most famous case, you can see
down to
Julia
10
there.
seconds.
10 seconds, oh dear. And he's
Let's
really...
catch up with the last few moves.
Sure.
He still has 11 moves to play. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Oh, 1 second to go.
That's so cool, isn't it? So queen b5, queen d4, and what did he play? He played bishop d5, and now White has just played queen takes f6, and that black king is so naked.
We might see a resignation here.
Yeah, with bishop f5 check coming and bishop d4. I mean, black is up in material now, but we should stick with this, just see if there is an end. Bishop takes c4. Is that bishop takes c4? King to g1, and this king is going to be so happy on the h2 square. I agree, it should be over very shortly. Rook takes d7, have to get rid of that pawn, and now where is the finish? Is there a bishop f5 check?
There must be a finish somewhere.
Or is it just taking this rook and doing something clever like that? What's he going for?
I think he's going to show us.
Queen f5, just take the rook and be a piece up. That's what he's going to do. He will play this move. And
unless there's something even more crushing, but
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if the queen takes the queen,
and that's
he's
what
gone
he
for
did.
it.
And we will see
resignations now. I mean, while we wait to see, I think Benjamin will resign, so we might as well just wait here a second on that. The most famous case of someone strong, not knowing the rules, was a couple of cases. Mickey Adams forgot about en passant against...
And there we have it.
Against MacDonald, and he lost to Grandmaster MacDonald. And Victor Korchnoi, in one of his candidate matches, had to ask the arbiter if he could castle, because he wasn't sure if he could castle his rook through check.
If the rook is attacked.
So that was very strange. And we can see them there briefly discussing. And he's pointing to bishop b7. And you can see there, we talked about that knight c6, he's saying has been played before. So you can even guess what they're going on about there. So
Okay, let's move on. I'm not even sure where I want to. Should we check in on Hu Yifan against Maxim Rothstein, board 3?
Looking very good for Hu Yifan, wasn't it? Last time we left this, and we weren't even sure how Maxim could survive this position after Rook b1. Well, okay, so this was his idea, to get rid of the queens so that the knight is not taken. Queens are exchanged, and now knight takes d4. So Hu Yifan grabbing a pawn. So it's equal material, knight e5, bishop e4, creating back rank threats again, g5. But now there's a very nice square. I wonder why not g6 there, because g5 allows the knight into that square.
You do love a knight on f5, don't you?
I love my knights on f5. They're lovely attacking pieces. And king f8, rook b7 here, and as one more move, finally that knight gets out to this square. And if it gets to c5, it's kind of game on again, if that knight manages to get to c5. So what are we going to do? Are we going to go d4? I'd probably play d4 here, I think.
Followed by knight h6 or? Something
along those lines, yeah. I mean, I could, yeah. I mean, let's have a look. d4. The knight has to move, so let's take that pawn. Take that pawn there, and now maybe knight h6, trying to threaten. Rook takes f7 with quite a big attack brewing, because you can't. You got knight d6. Knight d6 is the saving move.
Holds everything together.
It does. So it might not be so easy for Hu Yifan.
Okay, so let's let the women's world champion think about this and go to Harika against England #1 Mickey Adams. You are very thirsty today, Simon, aren't you?
I do like getting my fluids keep flowing through my system.
Okay, let's very briefly go to Harika.
All right. I'm not sponsored by Lucasade either, just in case anyone was wondering. Where are you, Harika? There you are. I remember last time we were commentating in Reykjavik. We mentioned this the other day. The tournament was sponsored by Domino's Pizza, and that was so good because we had pizza.
I'm not sure it was quite so good for our figure, though.
It wasn't, but it was very tasty. And pizza delivered every 5 minutes or so. Okay, current position. We just go here, shall we? There's no point catching up with the moves. I thought Mickey was doing all right, but it's not so clear. And Harika,
I think she might very well draw another 2700 world elite player here.
Yeah, she should do. I mean, I suppose the one thing you have to be a little bit careful of, knight and queen. You always talk about knight and queen, and this A pawn, if you can gang up on it with your knight and queen, it's still chances. I mean, black is fractionally better here, symmetrical position, etc., etc. But it's fractionally better here.
I like this tweet by Olympio Urkan. Again, another, we talked about Dan yesterday, but Olympio is very worth following. Vidit Spinny Vidi Vici game. Nice wordplay. And he posts some amazing historical chess videos and great stuff. So do follow him if you like or love chess.
I'd love to know where he gets his videos from. Have you got any idea?
No, I don't know.
Because he keeps posting these videos from like 100 years ago or something, or when even video camera wasn't invented, and they're great. They're great footage. He has got some great stuff. So well worth checking out. But I would like to know where he gets them from because they're really good.
Okay, so let's go to another game, a game we haven't looked at, and that is Fressinet against Kenniger.
And apparently this was a very good game, very good attack. So maybe we can just pick it up at the end where the attack started. And Fressinet with the white pieces. Maybe we'll start around this moment
Fressinet, who was held to a draw by Elizabeth Pates yesterday, he was doing very well. He was on +2 or something, but she did a great job of holding that.
Yeah, very good job. Yeah, I mean, she's a very resistant player. And there's another competition going on here for the top female player, which is £4,500. Is it something along that line? £5,000
for women?
For women, yeah.
I think 3.5.
3.5. Oh, that's nothing then. Who cares about that? So low. Okay. And King of Endgame That is the funniest thing ever. I played for chess 5 years without even knowing about en passant. Well, I mean, like I said, Mickey Adams, when he was British champion, lost to Neil MacDonald because he forgot about en passant in an ending where he's completely winning. So there's been some famous cases of people forgetting about en passant. It's quite a stupid rule, I think, in actual fact. I don't know why they bother with it. You know,
Okay, let's see what happened in the Fressinet game.
Always trying to get me away from my stories.
Yeah, because we have a lot of action today, Simon. Time control is getting close. I want to go back to the top board.
Okay, so do you want to take us through this attack here? I'll get the positions coming in with the rook coming to e3 and Laurent putting all of his pieces around the black king. So this is a nice maneuver. This is the typical maneuver of the rule Lopez, knight h2, knight g4. You see this so many times. That's why h3 is often a good hole to move. Rook c8 played, and now another knight increases the pressure. So knight h5, and here we have ideas, as we're going to see this knight coming in here, and all the white pieces ready. And white's got this bishop here, which might look like nothing, but because black's played h6, I'm sure it could be a threat of taking over there. Knight f5, trying to defend the king side. Rook d3, opening up the bishop, attacking a pawn. Queen c6, knight to f6 check. Bang!
You like that?
Bang! Yeah, I like that. Breaking through on the king side. Pawn takes f6, and now queen g4 check. And black's king side's falling apart. He tries to hold the knight, block things up.
There comes the other knight.
And after this move, black, I think, did he resign here? No, there's more moves to come. So let's see. So knight to f6 check was played. And two squares the king can move to. It looks safer in the corner because you're walking into, at worst case scenario, or best case scenario, should I say, this pin is incredibly uncomfortable. You're probably going to win this knight with knight h5. So the king goes in the corner. King h8. Another defender is eliminated. Desperate to get the queens off. Queen to c4. Bishop takes g7 check. That can only be taken by the knight, and we're going to see the finish of this game now because that knight has moved away from defense to the d4 square, allowing this great move, rook d4, and I'm sure this is resignations now because queen h4, queen h4,
mate.
queen h4 is coming. Yeah, that's the end of the game.
Great, and the game is over. So let's go back to Erwin Lamy, and then we will go back to the top board. But a quick look at Erwin's game against Karawade Isha.
And this again, a very fascinating game here where black has exchanged for, you've got 3 pawns for a piece, and after knight c6, knight to f5 was played. So this is the move maybe we missed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a nice touch. Without that move, it looked like black was getting very well coordinated. So knight f5, nice little tactical move. Queen g4 check, bishop g2, and now black is forced a little bit backwards, and that makes things a lot better for Lamy. Even though there's still 3 pawns and the king's still a bit weak. Knight e3, queen h4, and still very murky, but Lamy grabs the pawns. It's only 2 pawns now. Rook e2, queen f4, and now we have an exchange. Rook to e6. So black's still piling on the pressure here with ideas of bringing the rook to g6, and the rook on h1 is not yet in the game. h3, and that king wants to come up to h2, the bishop here to get the rook out. Rook d6, and now another way to get the rook out, rook h2. And it kind of feels now, really, that's a really nice tactical move because it might see that the rook is gonna take that knight, but that rook can't take the knight because this lovely idea, rook to e2 and rook to e8 idea. So h6 played to stop the back ranker. I really think white is now totally in control. He's coordinated his pieces. Maybe he's always better. I mean, it was still very nice play from white here. Rook f2, knight d8. It's only 2 pawns for the piece, queen f3, and look at white's pieces. He's got everything into the game. Really, really nice play. c6. White will win this game now.
Okay, back to board 1, where both players are now on 3.5 minutes.
Wow, this is getting very exciting then. And find this game quickly.
I'm struggling to find
Yeah, I know,
it.
there's so many games. So we're just going to...
They're on a third from the bottom.
Yeah, okay. And h5, pawn takes h5. This was black's idea, to get the bishop to the f6 square, even if it cost him another pawn. Black quickly running out of pawns. And now queen d2, allowing knight d5. Knight to e5 played, and we talked about this. Queen g4 is black's main hope. Very messy position.
Yeah, so queen
Very
e2, stopping the black queen from coming in.
And now
queen d8 hitting the h4 pawn, and Fabiano is thinking now down to 2.5 minutes. I suggest we stick with this one. They're only on move 27, so they still have 13 moves to go until the time control. Okay, so how do you deal with that h4 pawn now?
2 ideas here. I guess you either ignore it because it's only 1 check and the king can go to h2, or I maybe even push it, you know, but then g5 comes. I mean, I think if I was white, I'd be most tempted to move my knight into the square. Knight d5, just get on with things. Bishop takes h4 check and do something along this line, king to f2 here.
I really want to bring my rook. Where do I want to bring my rook? I wonder if I can ever even just take on b3, get rid of that bishop.
Sack the exchange back.
Because my rook isn't doing anything and the bishop is really annoying, but I probably don't really have enough counterplay to do that.
Yeah. Still 2 pawns, unless we can get the pieces in again. I can't see how they're going to quite get in.
Okay, Fabiano down to 1 minute 25.
It's one of those positions, isn't it? Where
okay, he did defend the pawn, rook h1, and Niels immediately played king h7.
It's one of those positions where even if white is doing very well, anything can happen.
Yeah, with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. How many moves have they got? They still got 12 moves to make. So yeah, this is the ball-one encounter. And yeah, really, really random position. Do you think Niels will be happy with how he's got into this? I think he should be.
I think he will be.
Yeah.
Even if he is probably slightly worse, but with a minute on the clock, this position is not easy to play with white. Definitely. I think Niels needs to do something about that rook on b6, though. That needs to get into the game somehow.
I'd probably try to get it to this square.
Yeah.
You know, maybe, I don't know. It's very hard to get that piece in the game, and both sides have got to dodge a lot of bullets. I mean, someone
in the chat was just asking if Caruana is the highest rated player in this tournament. Yes, he is.
Yeah, there's 3 of the top.
Under a minute, sorry. I'm getting excited, getting carried away.
Yeah, there's 53 seconds there. And there's 3 of the top 10 players in the world playing here, which I should mention, the same as the Town Memorial. Someone mentioned h5 here. Now, I don't like that move for 2 reasons. Number 1, g5 is just a good answer. And you made progress as black. And also, black has an interesting option after h5 of taking on h5, in actual fact, because this opens up both kings, but rook g8 now is an attacking idea. So I don't think he'd go h5. Quite hard to find a plan for both players. Yep. This is the thing. I mean,
20 seconds, Simon.
20 seconds, 13. Oh my words! This is getting really tense.
And just in case you wonder, on the screen on the right-hand side, the clock times are off by about 20 to 30 seconds. But of course, you can see the actual clock times on screen.
Yeah. Knight d5 played, Fiona. So.
Oh wow.
And now, well, I guess you have to move the rook. Unless some I mean, both kings are weak. Is there a way I can get in? Don't think so at the moment. G5 is a move. Can I play G5? That'd be a sparkling move if I can play it. I don't think let's just try.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. This is an interesting way to try and open up the white king.
Because he does need to open the white king.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I don't think this is playable is, rather than get involved with any...
Just take on f6.
Take on f6, yeah. And it's check, which is a real pain. Queen takes and now pawn takes, I guess. And
rook g8, but okay.
Rook g8. threatening probably rook g5. So it's still, and we've got, still
maybe queen
h5, I think, yeah. And bishop takes h4. Wow, what's happening here? Bishop takes h4, another super aggressive idea. And this is to get g5 in.
g5.
So bishop takes h4, great idea. He's going for it. Anything is possible. Rook takes g5. He's banged this move out. Bang. I had to say that. And what's the time?
Like we've had a lot of really exciting games already in this tournament, but this is the first time I'm on the edge of my seat, quite literally.
Yeah, definitely.
This is some really, really top stuff here.
Very exciting.
I have no idea what's going on in the position, but I'm just glued to the clock. Looking at it. We have David Howell in the room. Yeah. He finished a while back, but he's checking out the game. Okay, rook g4 played.
I still think any result possible here. Literally, we're playing for 3 results. I mean, this move. I mean, what is this move? I mean, you could take on g4 now, and they're both so short a time.
This is the first time I wish I had an engine, because I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I mean...
okay, taking on f4 seems logical.
Yeah.
If you can take a piece with check,
I like, so we can work that one out. Take a one with check. And now, king takes. Whoa. He's giving up a second exchange, maybe. But whose king is weaker here? That knight defends so many squares.
We need the red button with the sound effect.
I know we do. Where's the button when we need it? Bang!
Boom,
crash.
Bang!
I know. Definitely. Where is that button? I still think I like white, but I don't know.
What is the material count?
I don't know.
A piece and 3 pawns now for the rook.
Isn't it exchange still, I think?
Huh?
Exchange. Black's exchange up, but...
I said white has a piece and 3 pieces. A piece and 3 pawns for the rook.
All right, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So an exchange and 3 pawns.
Yeah. A lot of pawns there, so yeah. Okay. Is white worse here? Do you think white's worse?
I have no idea what's going on here.
I think this is really crazy. And the time situation, just keep an eye on those clocks there. 1 minute 16 against 2:55. You might as well use this time now, because it's such a critical position. This is where...
Okay, so the rook is attacked. I think there is no check in the position, so I guess we need to do something about that rook. But where do we want to put it?
I think b8. I mean, the move I'm trying to get to work here is rook g8, but I can't get that one to work. So I'm assuming just rook b8, so we can try to get the rook around to g8. I like rook b8. Let's play rook b8. And after this move, that would be the natural move, but he could be looking for something a bit sharper here. There's knight g6 check, trying to force that king, but maybe that just helps.
But I think the king is quite... I mean, black is probably quite happy to see that king on f4. I don't want to help you getting back to I and remove my knight from a central square.
Yeah, I mean, I like the move rook b8, because if I go rook b8, for example, let's say white plays a bad move here. I don't even want to take this rook here, because it allows the white queen in the position. Let's say white plays a bad move like a4. Now I can show the idea I've just been thinking of, which is not knight takes rook, queen takes knight. Looks very dangerous, the queen sneaking its way in, maybe via some square like f5, g7. But the move I really want to play is rook g8. This is my master plan. I don't know if it works. My master plan. Rook takes rook.
Man with a plan.
Man with plan, but it might be a rubbish plan. And then queen h4 check. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's keep it a game.
Okay, so what did he rook b7.
He played rook b7. Okay, so simple move. And is he even getting ready for f5? Is f5 even a possibility? That would be a crazy move to play. Setting up the king coming forward as another square.
So materially speaking, white is doing well, but I wouldn't be happy with a king on f4 and under a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and material is obviously important, but at the moment, the critical thing is king safety and the time. And Fabiano, you can see lots of people very interested in this game. and someone taking photos on their phone. Is that allowed? Are they actually allowed?
It's not even allowed to bring a phone into the
I know.
playing hall.
What are they doing, taking photos of the position with their phone? How does she sneak her way in? Rook G7 check.
To be fair, I think she's not a chess player at all. I think she's the wife of Bart Dahl, who won the first combined chess and poker tournament 2 years ago. So maybe she doesn't know, but looks quite funny.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay, so what happened?
Rook G7 check has
I
been
need
played.
some water.
Yeah, to throw over your face, just to wake up a little bit.
And do we have a result here? Shirov lost.
Shirov won.
Okay. So Shirov won, and back to Fabi.
Yeah, indeed. We got to stick with this game because he's taken on H6. What a brave man! Look at the kings. What are the kings doing? They're dancing some death moves here. Both kings literally running around the board at the moment. I'm liking Black's position more and more. I think he's going to win. Do you want to bet? I'm going to bet on a Niels win. I'm going to bet on it.
I'm not going to bet against a Niels win.
No, you can't. You can't, of course. Yeah. I think it's going to be a major upset.
Or maybe we'll see a perpetual. And look at all the people around here.
Yeah, I mean, the rook goes back, but the white king, it looks more exposed. There's a queen h4 check. That is so scary. And he played that move with only seconds left really as well. Yeah. But I don't know, the king on h6, it's just anything possible. Let's hear what people think at home about this position. So the queen has come in, and now king goes back to e3, move 35. They have 5 moves to make here. The king is trying to run back to d2, get away, get out of trouble. Both players have good knights here, and now it's again the exchange in 2 pawns. Material is absolutely equal here. Absolutely equal for both players.
It's equal point-wise, shall we say.
Point-wise?
There's still a very big imbalance.
I like f5 here. I really like to move f5 as long as I don't get mated myself, which is always a possibility when I'm playing. But f5 to me looks like a great way to get the rook on f8 in the game. What about this move? This is the move I'd want to play if it works. I want to get this rook into f3 or f2. And okay, he hasn't gone for this. He's gone for a check. He's gone queen h3 check, king f2 played immediately. The only move, because if king d2, which is where he wanted to go, knight f3 check was coming. So the king has to go to f2 here. And that king is still looking in a lot of trouble. f5 now. He's gone check again. Okay, so maybe he's just trying to gain a bit of time.
We might, but also it could be that we will see a perpetual in case Niels thinks there's nothing after f5. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see.
Was f5 possible? I mean, it looked
like
such
we can have a quick look.
Yeah. Okay, so in this position, this is the move. What's wrong with this? That's what I'm asking myself. So if I get another piece in the attack, 3 pieces against the lone king. Maybe the problem is this move, queen e3 check. If I exchange queens, I stop the fun.
Yeah.
And it would be very risky to play on in this position. So that could be the issue at some point. So queen to h4 check, and Fabiano now considering his options. Does he play for a win or does he take the draw?
Well, can he?
He's going and he's going king e3. And
can Fabiano actually avoid? Can he
avoid the draw?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. The king goes back to f2, queen h4, and I
think we're going to see a shake of hands here.
A little bit of a disappointment, but it was a great game. I say a little bit of disappointment. You can't really be disappointed with this game, can you? It's been an absolutely crazy, fascinating game.
And I think even if this is a draw, it would be nice to maybe we could try and get Niels in.
I think so.
Maybe even both if they were willing to both come in.
We haven't had anyone in the room yet, so these guys, it'd be great to get them talking about this. And this is now a decision where he has to. Well, can he go king f1? That's the only way he can play for a win, isn't it? The king hasn't been there yet. King f1 is how he plays for a win. This is the only option he has to. But now f5 is the point, I think.
Because now you can swap queens.
No, you can't swap queens. That's correct. And I think this f5 move, I would take black in this position. I
think if he plays king e3, it is a draw.
King e3,
it will be the third time.
Yeah. So We might as well stay. 34 seconds to go. We can see Mickey in the background there.
Is Mickey still playing?
Yeah.
He's still playing.
So Mickey is still playing. We
Be there for
will
a
go
while.
to that. We will go to Nakamura as well.
Yeah.
Hu Yifan, a lot of
23.
games we still.
King E3 and are they
Did
gonna
you see
shake
that
hands?
quick
Oh, no,
look?
Yeah. Look, he said something, but now, okay, they've agreed to draw. Okay, well that was a great game.
Because there's always
Great
this
game.
funny moment because
Yeah.
you can't play them. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to make a draw, you have to claim it before
Yes, yeah, crazy. some
before you
crazy
play the
one,
move.
yeah.
So you look at your opponent.
Yeah.
It's always a strange situation. Okay, let's move on. Let's not lose any time. Very exciting game. Let's try and see if we can get one of the players or maybe both.
Definitely. I'd be
Shall we?
great if we can get them.
So we will try
Yeah.
and let's have a look at the other top board. So what's
You
going
can see
on?
that's Musashi and they're suggesting moves. I always find it quite funny when someone comes over as soon as you finish and saying you should have played that, that was winning. I'm like, why are you telling me that? You're just trying to show off, aren't you? I don't want to know if I was winning. I don't know if I was losing. Just go away. But I'm sure Musashi is a good friend of them and he's just trying to help there. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to board 2. Let's go to Hikaru Nakamura.
Against Van Forest. And this was a grind. This is going to be a long game.
Okay, this
here.
is they reached move.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, let's go to board 3 maybe. Hu Yifan against Maxim Rothstein.
And we could see how things went after knight a6, and I thought Rodstein's position was very bad, and we can see his wife there in the background. But in actual fact, it was looking a bit more promising. d4 was played.
I think let's stick with the down to 6 seconds. 5, 4.
Okay, current position. We'll just jump forward, shall we?
Sorry, Simon.
And knight c4 played. Equal material. What's
Yep.
going on here, Fiona?
I don't know. I
That's why I asked
haven't even
you.
had time to look at
I
it.
know.
Properly look at the. Okay, let's have a look at the position.
God, they are so short a time. I mean, it's
So
crazy.
rook d6. No, what's been played?
Knight c4, and I'm kind of thinking if that
So
knight
rook
finds its
e2 has been played and rook d6.
rook d6, and that rook is coming here. I kind of like Black's position now. I think Maxim's turned this around a little bit because the king sits very safely on g7. You've got a nice blockade of the d pawn. What move was played there?
Rook b7.
Rook b7. So that rook is doing what exactly? I don't know. Coming around for a party down here? I don't know.
I don't know what's going on. 20 seconds. How? Okay, they just need to play 2 or 3 moves respectively.
So look at that time though, because 10, 9, 8. Loads of time. He could have made us worried a bit more than that.
Yeah.
So rook to f6 played, and there's a simple idea doing knight d6, a beautiful blockaded position, and maybe even that knight can come in to attack. Another idea Black has is to slowly push these pawns, and I think Black is better. I think Black is better. I don't know if Black was ever in trouble in this game. It certainly seemed like it earlier on, but I think as soon as Black got his pieces into the game, he's turned this one around a bit. And also 10 seconds. 9, 8, rook b5. And the idea of this plan is to stop the knight moving, because you can take the a pawn. But I think just something like h5 here, get those pawns moving up the board to create some threats against the white king. That looks like the most sensible
and I think
idea for me.
we are going to be joined by both Fabiano and Niels in a second. I think we should just stick with these guys because they have one more move to play, well, 2 moves for Maxim. So let's just stick with them for half a minute, and then we will have Fabiano and Niels explaining us what went on in their crazy game.
Certainly. So king f1 played, and it looks like, okay, now Ho Yifang has made the time control, and just one more move to play for Black here. And again, I kind of think Black is much better than it was, Maybe this knight can even come to f3 and start some mating attacks here. But there's a couple of ideas. So we'll just see what the next move is. There's only 9 seconds left now. 9 seconds going down quickly. Will he fall asleep? He's woken up in time. And very calm, isn't he? So calm. Do you see that? A couple of seconds left and he just shuffles a piece.
Right, I think the guys here in the room are getting very eager to discuss their games on air.
Yeah.
So we will be back in just a second with the 2 of them. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss this. everyone. I'm very happy to be joined by Fabiano Caruana and Niels Grandelius, who played a very exciting game on the top board today. So first off, let me ask you, both of you, how satisfied were you with your play so far in the first 2 rounds, and how were you feeling going into today's game?
Some shaky moments, but overall, I guess I played all right. In this game, I have a feeling I didn't play the best.
Yeah, I have the same feeling. First 2 rounds felt quite okay, but today was very messy.
Did you play each other before? Have you played each other before today?
Yeah, we played several times, but not for many years, I think.
Yeah.
Was the last time in Malmo?
Maybe 2012, yeah, and we played in 2011 as well.
Yeah,
so we played
so
a couple of
it's
times.
been a few years.
But I think you won all the games, yeah? Probably.
But
very messy
European
ones,
Team
yeah.
Championship was that weird con.
Yeah, exactly.
So what were your thoughts going into the game? I know, Niels, you told me you're looking forward to an exciting fight. You promised me a game that wouldn't be boring. How are you feeling, Fabiano?
I expected a big fight. I also expected a Sicilian. I wasn't. I mean, I thought we would get a Nighter, but I wasn't sure what would happen here, because I played a move which I normally don't play.
So I'll let you take us through the game.
Yeah, Bishop e7 is a bit unusual, I think. I mean, okay, it's of course a very playable move, but usually Queen c7 or Knight d7 is played.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here I mean, I think we were both pretty much on our own.
Yeah, definitely.
So Knight d7, g5. I think g6 is an excellent move because of h6 immediately.
Then g6, yeah.
Is it possible to make variations? I can't.
Huh?
I can't.
Is it possible to move?
Can't make variations.
Move the pieces.
Sorry, just tick the box. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So h6 immediately.
I mean
g6
g6, yeah.
Very, very strong.
Check king d2, and I mean.
Or king f1.
Even king f1 maybe.
d6 is falling.
Yeah. It looks very good for you.
And here I spent so much time. I just couldn't. There's so many options. h4 is one.
And then h6.
h6, and.
Move the rook possibly.
Like okay, f5 I wanted to try, but after knight d5 I didn't see the way forward. Yeah, I could move the rook, but then I was.
Yeah, probably I have a decent version. Yeah.
And I also considered stuff like queen d2. I don't know if you want to take.
I thought h6 immediately.
Yeah, h6 I was expecting, and like knight f3.
Ah, yeah.
But then okay, b5
yeah,
probably.
It felt very, very strange.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual to go back, and I wanted.
Yeah. No, bishop c4 is very, very critical, of course.
Yeah, I think that h6 was the most testy move.
Yeah.
Sorry, bishop e6. Probably not good to take because f e6, knight e6, queen a5, queen d5 looks very strong.
Even bishop d2 I thought was very, very strong.
Oh, maybe
I mean,
that's
it
even
might
stronger.
might just win.
Yeah, that might be even. But so bishop e6 and hg5. And here I was trying many moves, but like knight d5 was a move, or short castle.
Yeah.
But the point is that after you get the e5 square, then
yeah, you have to have something very. I mean, you have to have
together.
some killing blow. Otherwise, I'm fine.
So
but I wasn't sure about this. It felt too risky, but.
Yeah, no, I was a bit.
But, I mean, this is safer, but it's also kind of safer for you.
Yeah, no, I thought that I at least have some control over the position here.
No, I simply missed this idea of allowing knight f3 check. Because here probably I'm already a bit worse.
Yeah, if you allow me to castle, it's not a good position.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you, Simon wanted you to play bishop g4 here?
Yeah, I thought I could take the pawn on b7.
Yeah, I thought also to take.
I didn't see.
I mean, it's interesting, but it's maybe not enough. I mean, that's what I want to do. I want to make the sacrifice work somehow, but I couldn't find a way to do it properly.
Yeah, I also don't see the continuation from black here.
Yeah.
At least here my king is misplaced.
Exactly.
I mean, I'd rather, of course, be on c1.
Yeah. But here I can. I mean, for example, queen b6 check maybe, but the ending is I thought slightly better for you.
Queen b6, queen d4.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no, I thought
a bit
that
better.
maybe you should put your queen here.
And after queen d4.
And bishop e6.
Ah, you want to play like this to keep the.
But probably I can make a waiting move, king g3, and it's hard to find your next move. And I'll slowly maybe bring my queen back, play knight d5, try to play h5. Okay, it's not.
I mean, it's not a catastrophe. I mean.
No, it's not.
At some point, maybe I will even consider taking on b3 and playing
f6.
Yeah. Maybe not immediately, but at some point.
No, it's double-edged because my king is also very weak in the long run. But But I thought that I would have control.
Yeah, no, of course this exchange sacrifice is very strong.
Yeah, here I thought that I have a huge advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, there's many ways to take the rook. I was expecting this. Sorry. Queen b7, rook b8, queen a7, rook a8, and I thought I'll put the queen back here. Take with the rook, put my knight on d5.
Yeah, the only way I can be fine is if I somehow manage to very quickly f6, but
it probably doesn't happen.
No, exactly. I couldn't make it work.
So I think this was the correct way to play.
Could be, yeah. But in general, white is just much better, I thought here. So.
Yeah.
I mean, takes.
I mean, I could put my queen on a4, but I was getting worried about this kind of stuff.
Exactly, queen g4. This is what I wanted to play, of course.
And
I mean, maybe it works for you, but
yeah.
it's
I mean, it
not
might
necessary.
Be winning, but
yeah.
At least I have to.
Because when you just bring the queen back, I thought I'm more or less. I mean, you're just much better at least.
Yeah,
I hear if you play queen d3, for example.
Probably that was the way to play.
I mean, if queen g4, just queen g3.
Yeah, or knight
e5. You don't even have to take. Yeah, just queen g3. And I couldn't really see what was my next move going to be.
No, it's probably
very good.
Practically just losing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I mean,
and I just underestimated this.
Yeah, because now I have some chances again.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably rather not go back with my king. I thought I'm winning a pawn, but okay, at least your bishop is very.
I'm willing to sacrifice 2 pawns.
The thing is, I thought that I could just take this guy, but after knight e7, I wasn't sure anymore.
Because you cannot take and play queen d4. Because I have check on d6, right?
Or I assume something like rook f6 or.
Hey, rook f6, knight d5.
Even like bishop f6. No, that's too much.
But I think bishop d6 is quite good.
And
here I can play rook b4. I thought.
Yeah.
And I have some attack going.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I can maybe play e5, but then rook.
Yeah, rook b4 is coming, and it's not at all clear, I think, anymore. Okay, here you should still be much better, but it's already kind of a mess, I thought.
I just think that knight d5 was not a good move. I should go back. I guess.
Yeah, rook
b7.
Yeah, something.
And now knight d5, so I avoided all your tricks. And my threat is to take and play bishop g5.
But maybe I can allow it. Queen h8 and then some f5. But then you're better, for sure. Yeah. I agree.
And you still have to find a move here. Maybe you can play bishop h8 immediately.
Yeah, possibly. But I don't really want to do it.
It's definitely very good for white, but it's still not.
It's not as good as it was, right?
No,
at least not as simple.
Not simple at all.
Yeah.
And
but here, I mean, it's already very.
For some reason, I thought that rook g4 was strong. Maybe I should play queen h5. I don't know. I mean, it's not easy to give up
all
so
the
much
pieces,
material.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I might not have
rook g8, perhaps.
I can't take on b6, knight g4, and if queen f5.
You want
rook g6,
maybe bishop e5.
It's not clear either.
Even then, I mean, the e5 and
it got very messy.
I mean, it's a big mess. And another point, of course, is if you take the rook immediately, I take on f4 and not on h4. After g5.
Well, I thought you could also take.
Maybe I can take on h4, but if I take on f4, I think I might just be winning
you might start to
just winning. King h3, rook g8. I thought.
Yeah, or n f3 is coming now.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work. So this.
Yeah,
but now it's completely messy.
No, this is a complete mess. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can play some queen just to give the second exchange. But queen g2
queen
or
g2
something. So now you threaten mate, but it's.
I don't really threaten mate though, do I?
You have king h6 still. Yeah. Yeah.
Even isn't f5? Oh, no,
I mean, f5 was the idea, but
rook g7, king h6. But I think I'd be more worried with white because take on b7 and I have to.
But then again, the game is also not. I mean, that simple. Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is I wanted to go here first, but then I realized that I don't have a threat, and you just play f5.
Yeah. After I play, I mean, all my pieces are active here. So.
Maybe I should do this and go here. But I never have this threat. I know. I still don't have a threat.
But f4 maybe I can play also.
Also, it's really.
Because rook h2, knight f3 is.
It's easier for black to play.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But after what you did, maybe it's similar story.
Yeah,
if I play f5 here,
you have to try f5. If you want to win.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks very messy, but maybe it's possible.
Yeah, and again, you can play f4.
Here I can play f4, but
everything which was good about my position is.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, queen f1. It's. Oh, this looks bad, doesn't it?
You mean you're simply winning now?
Or you have to make some really awkward moves.
Like queen h2 and
king c1 and.
It doesn't help. Yeah. No, maybe it's too risky.
So in that case, maybe I can even play f5.
Even queen f1, yeah. I mean, I can take on e4 now. No, I cannot. Rook is hanging.
And knight f3.
Yeah. Knight f3.
So
I mean,
I should play king d2 and
yeah.
fe4, I guess, is a correct move. And probably king c1. And who knows what's going on. I have a feeling that black is probably playing for a win now. Because maybe rook g7.
Rook g7, yeah, looks. If I can just somehow get out, I'm fine. Yeah,
I
mean, f5 is very interesting for sure.
Yeah, allowing this bishop h4 was really not good.
Yeah, there's some other move here, and you're still much better. Yeah.
Between the two options, and then for some reason I thought that I saw rook g4 and got excited, but yeah.
It's not clear what it helps. Yeah.
No, and this one at least you're not breaking through immediately.
Exactly. No, here you should be better still.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Weird game.
Complete mess.
So a very interesting game. Fabiano, a question for you, a general question. I was wondering, you're used to playing all sorts of time controls, all sorts of tournaments. Do you still get nervous? We saw you being very short on time. How do you feel when you have 30 seconds on the clock, especially in such a messy position?
I don't get so nervous, but I mean, it's really not pleasant if you have low on time, especially in a position like this.
Yeah.
But again, I think that if you know how to keep control of a position, then even being low on time is not a death sentence. Like if I had played accurately here, then I think even though Niels had more time, it might have been more difficult for him to find the right moves. But yeah, if you get low on time in general, it becomes a bit of a lottery. So, and usually I think time is wasted in the opening, choosing between roughly equivalent options, like I didn't.
Yeah, you were spending a lot of time here.
Yeah, I mean
we were both. But
it seems like an incurable thing. Many players know this, and still it seems difficult to deal with this.
It is, because it's, in general, the opening is probably the most complicated part of the game. And when you're in a position you're unfamiliar with, then it's easy to get lost in all the options.
Yeah. And another question is, well, an open tournament. I think you haven't played one in a while. When was the last time you played
the Olympiad?
Well, besides if we don't count the Olympiad.
The last open tournament really has been a while. Don't remember.
Sorry for putting you on the spot here.
Probably the Millionaire Open last year.
So how do you feel here in the Isle of Man? What do you think of the place and of the tournament?
So far, I'm pretty happy playing here, having a good time.
How do you feel playing here with your manager, Lawrence Trent?
Yeah, I get to see his games and feel better about my own. I think that he won today.
Okay.
At least I hope he did.
Do you want to see?
I would love to see if he won.
Okay, so let's go and find Lawrence's game. It's not on a live board.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shame.
Guess I'll just have to ask him.
Okay, then I'll let you go and check. I'll just ask Niels the last question. You did play here last year, so how do you find the tournament this year in comparison to last year?
I mean, it's even stronger.
The stronger the better?
Exactly. I mean, I want to play against strong players. So
right.
It's even better than last year.
Well, thank you very much for providing us with this exciting game, and best of luck to both of you for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with Simon in just a second, so stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to what is probably the last part of today's show. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm still here with Grandmaster Simon Williams. So that was very interesting. What did you make of that game and that analysis between Fabiano and Niels?
Great game. Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic game. Very exciting. Both players going for the win. And just what we wanted on top board, basically. You don't often get games like that, really. So often nowadays at top level. So.
And you were right about F5 in the end.
F5, yeah, maybe F5 was worth a punt, you know, if he really wanted to go for it and gamble, but taking a no. If he really wanted to go for it and gamble, but taking a.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of Black's forces and.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of Black's forces.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of Black's forces and.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of Black's forces.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of Black's forces.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of Black's forces.
Players in general, and especially for Elisabeth Paetz, who seems to be getting the better of Khan Melkumian, a very strong player from Armenia.
Indeed, yeah. Well, it actually looks. I don't know if White's basically got in serious time trouble because it's around the 40 move mark, and we're just going to the position after 37, Rook on A to E1, and well, here I think White should be doing quite well. White's got 2 pawns for the piece, only 2 pawns, but quite a dangerous initiative with this pawn very far advanced, so tying down a lot of black's
I think we are just having some slight issues. We will go on a very short break, but we shall be back in a second, so just bear with us.